commenting on that video to Solomon, and he said from pecans to helicopters. I mean, that's pretty impressive, right? So, Solomon, do you want to tell us a little bit about you and the organization that you represent?
I think we have a limited 3 minutes.
Okay.
But we'll get it a little bit to that. Alan, please.
Okay, thank you. Very nice video. Ismail, make a note. We need a video. That's pretty good. So, Lily's going to put up just a couple of slides that I brought to talk about TECMA. Personally, I'm Alan Russell. I know most of you in this room or have met you from one time or another. I've had the same job 8 years, and I continue to enjoy it, and they haven't kicked me out yet, so I intend to stay for a while. The TECMA group, and Lily, if you'd put up our slides. Bottom line, we were founded here in this borderplex. Juarez was our base, and we have expanded our organization throughout the country. We are competitors to Intermex, and you'll wonder why two competitors are on the stage together. We're not going to fight it out here about who's best at the service model, but I would say we're friendly competitors. Intermex provides us real estate, and we cooperate with our clients back and forth, so it's a very friendly environment. And as we say to each other, in this environment, there's plenty of business for everyone. So we're really excited to be here together. And we're not going to talk about our services as much as we're going to talk about the dynamics of what's going on in Mexico. Most of you in this room work in Mexico, or you work in the related industry of the maquila, as we call it still today. And you may or may not know some of the things that we're going to talk about. These are our opinions. We are on the ground every day talking to clients, talking to industry, talking to the politicians, and we're going to share what we have heard and what we know about that. And then we'll leave some time for questioning. So, again, we didn't get our slides up, but that's okay. TECMA operates in about 97 facilities throughout Mexico. We have bases here, Tijuana, Monterrey, Torreon, León, Guanajuato, San Luis Potosí, Saltillo, everything from pecans to, but we don't, oh, slides are up, there we go. I have a helicopter, but we don't make helicopters in Mexico. So, anyway, let's get started. Andrea, you've got the floor, and we'll go at each other and see how we do.
Thank you so much. You know, Alan and I were just discussing earlier that he and Solomon are both not repeat offenders necessarily, but they are repeat guests that we have had here at Mexico Now, and there's a reason for that. These two gentlemen, as you can tell, have a wide variety of businesses that they represent both in Mexico and in the United States, and so faced a lot of the cross-border challenges that we see in our region. So this panel is all about opportunities and challenges. So can you tell us a little bit about the opportunities that you're seeing right now in the region?
Thank you, Alan, and thank you, Andrea, and happy birthday again. Today, we are experiencing a very interesting phenomenon in the demand for strategic sourcing for manufacturing services throughout Mexico. And it all has to do with the proximity to the U.S. and also with tariffs. The underlying effect is that the novelty to this trend that we call nearshoring has been happening since the 1960s. It's new as that. What is new is the trend for companies from Asia, particularly China, developing a very strong interest in locating here in this region, and the reason for that is taxes. Taxes and duties that are being applied to the products being imported from over there, all the way from the raw materials to sub-assemblies, higher-level assemblies, and finished goods. So that is making companies manufacturing over there or companies from China to pursue ventures into Mexico. So that is a tremendous opportunity. I think this proximity that we have with the U.S. are going to make this trend to last for a very long time. it comes with several good things, advantages, but it has challenges as well. And I think we're going to be developing on those as we discuss further into the panel. And Alan and I think we're going to do some delving on these issues and share our experiences on this particular issues for maximizing the opportunities and overcoming the challenges associated with these ventures into Mexico.
Excellent, thank you, Solomon. Alan?
10 years ago, Salomon and I would talk about nearshoring. We're not really offshore, we're nearshore. And it took 10 years for the world to adopt our philosophy. That what's going on right now in this nearshoring world, let me tell you how we got here. Oil hit $100 a barrel for the first time about 12, 13 years ago. The freight from China to the US started becoming more expensive. The boardrooms across the United States started talking to their operations people that we should have some alternatives because it's getting more expensive to do business in China. Then minimum wages in China started increasing. China started becoming a consumer nation, increasing cost, wages going up about 20% per year, and that's from 15 cents an hour, but you start compounding that every year 20% and it starts getting more expensive. Then we move into the issues of, in the United States, the work shortage, people not wanting to work in factories. Young people and older people didn't want their kids to come work in the factories. They wanted them to become TikTok stars or whatever they were going to be and not be focused on industry. So there started this shift occurring. Politically, the dynamics between the U.S. and Mexico have been strained. They've been strained because of the issues with Taiwan and the other wars going on in the world. And so now every boardroom has a section in their board meetings about the China risk, about the supply chain risk, and what operational people, what are you doing about mitigating that risk? So these aren't just Chinese companies trying to move into Mexico. These are US companies, European companies, trying to mitigate their risk of having all of their eggs in one basket in China, or the Pacific Rim in general. And so they're migrating. And they're not gonna move everything out of China. I mean, if you took China as a yardstick from the manufacturing export world, Mexico would be like an inch. So if we take an inch away from China over this next decade, it's gonna double the manufacturing demand in Mexico. So the opportunity is off the chart. And now is the time that we've got to work on it, take advantage of it.
Thank you so much, Alan. So, as I look out in the audience, I see really big companies and I see some smaller companies as well. So, when we talk about taking advantage of opportunities, there's a lot of companies out here who represent supply chain opportunities to one another. From either a really, extraordinarily large company to a small startup, how do you recommend that these companies work together to fully take advantage of the opportunities that are out there?
Thank you, Andrea, and thank you, Alan, very good points. Clearly, this environment is being reshuffled from the supply chain standpoint, and is focused and the opportunity is on import substitution. So you can get a little scientific on your analysis and identify where are the tariff classifications where imports are happening, not only from China, from all over the world, and determine the matches that exist on your supply capabilities. And you will identify options. The buyers, the strategic sourcing departments of all these corporations are looking for ways to not substitute all or nothing approach, but to allocate a fraction of what is being single sourced to these factories in China or in Asia, and allocate some of that and create a distributed supply chain environment where you mitigate the risk. In the pandemic, just a little parenthesis, in the pandemic, virtually China shut down. And many companies here in the States suffer from the lack of components. You probably heard about cars being stuck in in manufacturing plants because of the lack of a chip, $20 chip, that was preventing a $50,000 vehicle being sold. So they learned a lesson and saying, okay, we're going to go from a just-in-time approach to a just-in-case approach. This just-in-case is creating these demand for alternative sourcing to prevent shortages, number one, and number two, increasing the safety stocks of components in a smart way. So we're seeing something that was in the past. When I was in school in the late mid 80s, we call it the safety stock, and that was virtually gone for the following 3 decades. We're going back. We're seeing some logistics activity picking up on these precise concept of making sure your production lines are not going to be stopped or affected by the shortage of a particular component. And so there's tremendous opportunity there for creating domestic supply if you have this ability and address these areas for preventing these potential shortages. I would like to add to the nearshoring trend the concept of the allied shoring. Mexico, contrasting with China, did not shut down during the pandemic. We continue to operate and align our factories to the factories in the U.S. so they will supply with the components. So we're allies. In China, not necessarily. So combined with this trend on with the trade wars, address also the fact that we are allies. So it's not only about the nearshoring, it's about the ally or the friendly shoring with companies and countries that are aligned to the interest of each other.
Excellent points. Alan, do you have anything that you want to add to that?
Well, everything he said was accurate, but while he was talking, I was thinking that now I understand. Salomon and I went behind the curtain to verify that our slides were in order and they were in good working condition. I had to leave to go see somebody, so he sabotaged my slides. He had his video up first, and then mine are like, there's one. But now the whole thing's branded Tecma, so I'm okay with that, okay? So it's turnabout's fair play. So now I get it. What Salomon is talking about, there's a lot of small suppliers at this conference, and I want to encourage you to learn how to sell to the maquilas, the big maquilas. And there's a mechanism to do that. I'm going to do a plug for the Technology Hub in Juarez. Has a program for developing suppliers and teaching suppliers what they have to do to appeal to a global company. And even small companies, you've got to meet certain standards. You've got to practice. You got to develop your product. You got to develop your systems. You got to develop your factory where it shows well. So you don't have to be a Mexican company. You can be a U.S. company, and you can work with the Technology Hub in that program. So I encourage you to engage. There's opportunities here. We're still burning up the highways from the 5 Midwestern states, hauling raw materials to Mexico. Today, probably 90% of the materials that are used in our factories is coming from the United States still. Mexico is barely piercing the veil on supplying those materials. So we need to continue to develop that and stop burning up the highway, which adds expense and cost at every level with travel. So opportunity is there. And I will say one more thing, that if a product is coming from China and is being made in Mexico, I would say, a year ago I would say 100%. Today it's probably 96% of the materials in that product is Chinese. If it's a U.S. product being made in Mexico, 95% of the component parts in that product's coming from the United States. So that's what this nearshoring is all about.
Fascinating. Thank you. And that is a great recommendation about the Technology Hub. Is anyone here from Technology Hub today, Sergio? Do you know in the booths? So I would just offer. So the chamber is actually here. We're in booth E. If anybody wants a connection to the Technology Hub in Juarez, we would be happy to make a recommendation because that is a great recommendation. I'm gonna pick on you just a little bit more, Alan, and switch gears to talk talk about something that could be an opportunity and a challenge, and that is workforce. I think on both sides of the border, we are struggling for not only workforce in general, but qualified workforce. So I know that TECMA goes out of their way to ensure that turnover is low, and there's a number of things that you all do that are kind of outside of the box. Can you talk about the opportunities and the challenges that you're seeing in the workforce?
Well, the opportunities are that it's the region of Mexico, U.S. combined, the greatest region in the world for quality. And there's plenty of available talent. The engineering firms, the universities in Mexico are cranking out like 15,000 engineers a year. Engineers coming right out of El Paso here at the University of Texas, El Paso, just extraordinary. So the talent is available. And we want to keep that talent here and not let somebody steal them. So we want them to stay here by offering jobs, opportunity that will match their skill set and their passion and their future and their desires. There's a lot of effort going on to do that. Keeping them is a challenge. TECMA focuses, our whole business is about, so our mics are fading in and out here a little bit. I'll talk directly into it on maybe. So the key for us is to hire the right people. If you hire the right person, the chances of them having what we call AMC is much more, it's a better word. In other words, AMC is attitude, motivate, and commitment. And if we hire people with AMC and then we pay attention to keep them motivated and take that attitude and turn it into a commitment, we've got a chance of keeping them. In our shelter group, there's about 1,000 people, and then there's about 16,000 people in the manufacturing group with TECMA. At the shelter group, if a person leaves the company, the manager of that individual has to personally give me a reason why that person left. And they say, well, they wanted to go back to their family in Oaxaca. Well, did you talk about that before you hired them? Well, they decided to be a stay-at-home mom. Well, did you talk about that before you hired them? We need to make sure we hire people that are qualified for the jobs, that are wanting the jobs, they have passion, and it's not just a passing thought to them. In our business, we're a service business. The only way we can deliver quality service is to have low turnover. If people are going out the door, your technology is going out the door. And so everything's new. The new person comes in, doesn't know the history, doesn't know the details. So it's so important that we control that turnover and pay attention. Everybody wants to be taken into account. I don't care what socioeconomic world you come from, whether you come off of a ranch in Durango and you come to work in one of our factories, you want to be taken into account. You want to feel supported and important. And that's our job as leaders to make that happen.
Excellent points, Alan. I think a lot of times people think about the cost of their overall supply chain, but they don't think about the human capital cost of their supply chain. So that's incredibly important. Salomon, do you have anything that you would like to add regarding talent in that particular?
Yeah, Alan touched on the key component of recruitment and selection and matching those two, which is fundamental to the job description. Let me expand on Alan's point. There's an agency that exists here for our industry, and making the correct, establishing the correct relationship between the educational system and the industry is fundamental. We have a program where the labor competencies are identified as those lacking and coming from the educational system, identifying those, and then going to the educational system, particularly the technical schools, and creating curricula that addresses those specific needs for laboral competencies. And the companies sponsor these, provide, if necessary, a teacher for the teachers. Somebody retired for the company, for example, with many years of experience, can become the teacher for the teachers, a teach the teacher type of train the trainer type of approach. Number one. And number two, provide equipment as well where the students can access what they're going to face when they graduate. So this co-op program and apprenticeship program can be established between our agency of Maquilas and the educational system to guarantee that the labor that you're getting has those competencies, and the students are very motivated because they know they're going to be hired in that company because they have the skill they need. So this is a very interesting symbiotic relationship that exists between the industry and the educational system, and we need to expand more. If you're a large company, please participate and benefit from this labor pool that is there from all aspects, from all levels in the hierarchy of your organizations.
Well, that is such a great point because, you know, I think a lot of organizations have come to see that if they invest early on the education side, that they end up benefiting in the long run. So thank you for that. We're going to switch, before we open it up to questions, we're going to have a final question up here for the panel, for me anyway, about opportunities. And so, you know, we would be remiss, we're obviously an El Paso border community, if we didn't talk about some of the challenges that have occurred over the past year at the border. So whether you own a trucking company or you work with rail, we've seen issues across the board. So what are the challenges that you all are seeing as far as, you know, getting your goods and services across the border, and how are you working to combat that? And Alan, we'll start with you.
Salomon, we need another 500 KVAs in Plant 41.
Correct.
I told my team that I'd make sure and ask Salomon about the KVAs that we
There
need.
works some magic for that.
So, challenges, obviously electricity. The Mexican government got behind as the nearshoring surge began, and the demand for industrial real estate, demand for industrial parks, buildings, there just wasn't enough power. So we have several facilities that were operating as warehouses because we don't have electricity. It's a challenge. How are we dealing with it? We're going to deal with it. There's solar options, there's generator options, and private companies like Intermex are actually building their own substation to bring from the high tension down to a level where we can actually use the power in our factories. We have a public relations challenge also, and it's the elephant in the room always, and that is security. We have to talk about it because the data is out there. If you Google El Paso or Juarez, you see all this information about security. But I want to tell you that to date, and I'm talking about 30 years to date, we have never lost a shipment. Now, we've lost them because we didn't keep control of them and we didn't know where they were, okay? Sorry, medium. But we never had a shipment and materials stolen or a truck diverted and captured by bad guys. There's not even a data point on an expat doing business in Mexico being kidnapped. And Salomon said, well, no, remember this Japanese guy? It was 20 years ago when that happened. So, yeah, the data that we see on the internet, you can't argue and go, no, it's not true. But I can tell you it's not true related to our industry. Our industry is not affected by those elements. We're in a separate industry. As my father once said, there's nothing happens that's good after midnight. So you need to be home at midnight, just like you need to be home in Chicago or Detroit or any other major city. You can get in trouble if you go looking for it. But is the trouble looking for you? No, it's not. I've never had a security guard escort. I was in an armored car once because a client wanted an armored car because his board told him he needed it. By the time we got to the plant, he abandoned the armored car and rode back with me. So that's the only time I've ever even been exposed to that kind of security. So it's something we got to talk about openly, not deny. So those of you that are in the industry, don't act like it doesn't exist. But for our industry, it's not a factor.
Thank you, Ellen. All right, Solomon, we'll turn that same question over to you.
Yes, let me expand on what Alan said. I completely agree with what he said. And let me complement by saying that we have procedures in the industry that make it especially difficult to be affected. There's protocols like CTPAT in good business practices that exist that make our industry less vulnerable to the intentions of the bad guys. So by sticking to these good business practices and the procedures and the protocols, pretty much we have, like in Alan's company, virtually no incidents. And even in the cruelest times of the violence, zero incidents. Stick to the basics and observe good business practices. That will be our recommendation as an antidote to this reality that exists. Nobody has to deny it, but there's ways that you can address not being in the wrong place at the wrong time and observe good business practices, common sense, and adhere to the protocols for your products. So that's number one. Number two, the other issue that we have all seen is migration. All this migration that is affecting the borders throughout the country, Mexico and the U.S., especially here in El Paso, where the governor of Texas decided to close the border. Imagine these affecting, basically keeping very long lines of our trucks with finished goods, not being able to enter into the U.S., which was a challenge. And well, this is very political and has a lot of political load here of influence in the decision. The reality of the business is it has to open because it will virtually paralyze the industry on this side of the border. So it didn't happen, it didn't wait for long for many companies here in Texas writing letters to Governor Abbott saying, sir, you're stopping our lines, we're your constituents, and the border opened. So clearly the relationship has the commercial relationship that exists between our two countries, it's intertwined. It cannot be disassembled without affecting on both sides of the border. So you cut on this side, you cut on the other. So that creates the environment for addressing this issue. Now, migration is a challenge, unfortunately, and it needs to be addressed, I think, beyond the discussion for this panel, but it's not going to necessarily affect, for the long run, the relationship between our countries and the commerce between our two countries.
But even with that border shutdown, we survived. This region is remarkable because we have multiple ports. So when one port would have problems, we'd move to the other port. And TechMy, transportation group, uses primarily the Santa Teresa port as a reliever. And that's not in Texas. So when the Texas political environment gets tough, New Mexico has a relief valve. So, you know, are there challenges? Yes. Are there options? Yes. And we survived. We got our product over. And it took a little longer. The transportation organization in Mexico did an incredible job of supporting the drivers that were in line for hours and tag teaming drivers and giving them rest. And the message is there's not a challenge that can't be overcome. And we're doing it.
Excellent points, both of you. You both said something that made me think, not only is the region remarkable because of the number of ports that we have, but the businesses in our community, to your point, collectively, when we need to advocate to our state or federal government, we move the folks forward to do that. And so it's really important that the people in the audience understand that when we have issues at the border, it's really important to have a collective voice. Just like our supply chains are better together, it is important that we collectively try to tackle those issues. So, okay.
We are the borderplex, New Mexico, Texas, and Chihuahua.
Absolutely.
Yes. All right, so I think we will open things up to questions from the audience. I think Lily and a few folks from the Mexico Now team have some microphones, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I don't. Oh, okay, so they changed it up on me. All right, so we have a mic in the center. If anybody has a question, we can invite you to come up and ask.
Yeah, so now you're on the spot. Get up,
I
come
know,
up
right?
here and ask
Yes,
your question.
yes. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you both for the great presentation. Alan, you addressed the, I guess, the immediate reaction to the power challenge. What do you see over the next 10 years, the next 20 years, the next 30 years? Because that's how long it's going to take these companies ultimately to come back from China, I think. The new president, whichever she it is, we understand Sheinbaum is probably going to be the winner. What is her going? What is she going to do with the pressure of the world upon her to perform and make Mexico even a greater place to bring a business than it is today? Thank you.
Great question. I'm an optimist, a hopeless optimist. I used to think of myself as a hopeless romantic, but my wife has convinced me I'm just an optimist. But the optimism in relation to our industry has served us well. Mexico CFE, which is the National Electric Company, is coming up to speed. They're slow, they're behind, and with private companies augmenting that, we're going to get our electricity. It's late, but we're going to get it. Some of us had a chance to speak with the leading political candidate recently. She visited a couple of factories in Mexico and then had a forum for some business leaders last Saturday. And the sense is that she is still passionate about privatization, but the sense is also that she is more moderate than the current administration. And if history serves us, when a new president comes into power, even if it's the same party, that the new president will be out with the old guard and in with the new guard. So we have a chance of having a more moderate administration going forward. Where is this in a decade, 2 decades? People say, well, how long is this nearshoring going to last? Personally, I think that we've got a couple of decades in front of us of this intense activity. And infrastructure is going to be Mexico's challenge. No question about it. Roads, ports, water. There's a lot of places in Mexico are struggling with water. Now, they have water. It's water management that is lacking. So, being an optimist, they'll come up to speed, and we will be successful in having the resources that we need to continue this nearshoring opportunity.
Do we have any other questions from the audience? We've got two extremely seasoned professionals up here, so.
Let me point out, we
Yes.
have a Tecma slide up here.
We do have a Tecma slide. Do you want to go over that slide, Alan?
I just like the branding aspect
I love
of it.
it.
I would like everybody with Tecma in this room to stand up, please. Look at this. I brought the fan club here, all right? As you guys are around the event and you want to learn more about any of these sectors, transportation, customs, logistics, please engage any of our staff here. They're here to help you and to serve you and to educate as best they can.
Excellent. Well, let's give our two panelists a huge round of applause. I want to thank both of them for their expertise and sharing it with each one of you. So thank you, gentlemen.
You are formally invited to join us for the breakout session, Artificial Intelligence and the Future of Commerce, with Jose Roman Lopez at 11 a.m.
Mayra, if you'd like to go ahead and come on up. Mayra is actually going to be moderating this next panel for us, so thank you, Mayra. Next, we have Hector Palacios, who is the director at RexMed. Thank you for joining us. And then finally, we have Isa Rodriguez, who is the Program Management Director at Johnson & Johnson. Thank you so much for joining us today. All right, so I think we have some slides that Maida is going to go ahead and kick things off with. So everybody should have a microphone on their chair. And Maida, here is your clicker. I am going to go ahead and hand the show over to you all. So thank you.
Hello. Hi, good morning, everybody. Very nice being here. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. Thank you, Mexico Now, for putting together this panel. This morning, we're going to be talking about the healthcare industry. And I'm Mayra Maldonado, the Executive Director of the Hunt Institute at the University of Texas El Paso. So we have put together some slides with respect to healthcare industry trade. Are you able to see the presentation? Yes. Thank you. Doesn't. I can't. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Sam. Great point. Oh my gosh. Okay. So I'll start by sharing that medical industry trade in 2023 amounted to $28.2 billion, out of which we have medical imports, $17.6 billion, and $10.7 billion came from medical exports. Now, it's very unusual to see this impressive increase from 2019 to 2023 of 54.1%. We tracked down sectors across several industries, and this is very unusual and a very significant increase. Now we have that total trade, out of total trade, healthcare industry trade was amounted to 4.1% share of total trade. There you go. So we have breaking news today. Isleta is the #1 port of entry for healthcare industry trade. You see the 8.2, that means $8.2 billion crossed through Isleta port of entry with respect to healthcare industry trade. The 5 top ports of entry are Isleta, Laredo, #2 with $7.4 billion, Otay Mesa with $5.4 billion, Hidalgo with $2.1 billion, and these 4 ports of entry account for 90% of all of the healthcare industry trade along the US-Mexico border. Okay, there are 4 categories with respect to healthcare industry trade: medical equipment, medical supplies, pharmaceutical, and PPP. PPP stands for personal protective products. We can see that there was a huge increase on medical equipment from 2019 to 2023 from $7.4 billion to $12.9 billion. The largest share is medical equipment with 45% of total healthcare industry trade. And we can see that that share has been increasing, and we are expecting to keep increasing. You see that in 2019, the share was 40%, and now it's 46%. Okay, so we also have exports and imports. You can see that exports, we have that the top traded category was PPP for exports, and for imports, it was medical equipment with $9.7 billion. The share of PPP in exports is 43%, and the share of medical equipment in imports is 50%. Well, and after giving the breaking news, we see that Isleta not only is the #1 port of entry for total healthcare industry trade, we can also see that it's #1 port of entry for medical equipment and medical supplies. Laredo is #1 for pharmaceutical and for PPP. We have more information in our newsletter in case you're interested to subscribe to it. Thank you. Now we're going to be hearing from our panelists. Hector,
Yes.
you want to go next?
Yeah, well, first, thank you very much for having me today. And, we prepared a very short video about our company and also about the biomedical cluster. In this year, I have the pleasure and the responsibility to present
I would like to
biomedical
remind all
cluster.
attendees that the breakout session is set to begin
Well,
shortly.
okay, we will present the.
Kindly request that you take a seat and join us.
We are
This breakout
Mexican
session
company.
will
Is
be
our name is
artificial
RexMed. We
intelligence and
produce
future
medical devices
featuring
mainly
speaker
for the
Jose Germán Román López.
catheter surgery and also for heart surgery. We have different companies in our group, but we are focused in produce medical devices. Our plant is in Juarez, and our distribution center is in El Paso. The company have more than 50 years here. We start with a small company in Mexico. Our startup was that we buy a little company from a British group. The people in Mexico that we invest in this company was at the beginning venture. We start with 200 employees. Right now we are 1,000 employees, and we are exporting more than 95% to the United States. We work in the two type of business. We are a contract manufacturer, and also we are OEM manufacturer. That means that we produce some medical devices for big companies, for big customers in the United States under the customer's technology, and also we produce our own products. We are focusing the infusion market, and we are focused in the infusion pumps for patients in the ambulatory state, and also for patients that are in the hospitals. The next video is about the cluster. It's a biomed cluster. It's a cluster that we have all the companies and all the suppliers that we work in this industry. As we mentioned previously, the medical device sector is growing very fast in this last 5 years, and the medical cluster, we try to unify all the efforts and also put the steps to catch this opportunity that we have in front of us. As we mentioned in the previous panel, we have a big opportunity, and the cluster try to put the base and also the information, also the tools to get this opportunity.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Victor. And now, Isa.
All right, yeah, I'll start with a video. I'm as well very visual, and I'll put here, I have my notes on the iPad, but if you can kick off the video.
New health challenges are on the rise all over the world, with the potential to affect nearly every part of our lives. These challenges are making people demand more from healthcare than ever before. At Johnson & Johnson, we're here to answer that call, because from day one, we've always believed that your health, their health, our health, everyone's health is everything. So we aim to deliver better care for every single person, because the world's health challenges won't wait. That's why we're sharpening our focus, so we can continue to innovate at the speed of life and lead where medicine is going. from first light to midnight, from hospital rooms to living rooms, from research to reality. We blend heart, science, and ingenuity to profoundly impact health for humanity. We are innovative medicine. We are MedTech. We are Johnson & Johnson.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very excited to be here to talk about Johnson & Johnson. I want to start first and take a few minutes to explain that rebranding that Johnson & Johnson is going through. Being a company for the longest company with the same image or branding in existing globally for more than 130 years, we decided this time to change and rebrand from the calligraphy or the Johnson & Johnson typical that we knew about, and as you can see, it's more as a straight, fresh, and a way to explain and communicate, right, to our customers that we're offering more than a solution and enhancing life, and that we're committed a very simplistic way. Right? We want for our customers to place an order and think that Johnson & Johnson will offer a solution rather than just a medical device that we're delivering or innovative medicine. That's one side. And then the other from the branding architecture is to show a fusion. It was very confusing and I guess it was for me for being 17 years in Johnson & Johnson, it was always for me, like which were the brand companies that belong to Johnson & Johnson. And at the end of the day, we wanted to identify as, we don't want you to think about Ethicon, Biosense Webster, or Gottman. We want you to think that it's just Johnson & Johnson. So that was the second reason. And then the third reason, as most of you know, we have a spin-off of our consumer brand, right? Our baby products, our Band-Aids, right, have now going into a refresh of branding. It's Kenvue. That's a sister company now, and we're focusing very intentional in innovative medicine in combination with medical devices or MedTech. We're going to be evolving, right, in the next new years that are coming, and as our CEO is saying, the new era for Johnson & Johnson that is going to be offering, again, a solution. If it's a medicine that needs to be delivered IV, it will be like a package, right, delivered as a product delivered to the patient rather than buying from different ways. So we're thinking more holistically and providing a solution rather than an experience, right, rather than products. So that's what we're going in through this new
B2B meeting scheduled for 11 to 11:20 afternoon. Please ensure timely attendance to your meetings. If you have any questions regarding your agenda, please let me know and I'll find help in the B2B area.
Right, just giving time for the announcements. So real quick, and I'm not going to go into much details. This is why we're existing here in Juarez. Most of you know the benefits, right? It's not additional information, and Mayra already went through some of those. We're number one largest transnational area or metropolitan area. Now we have 6 ports of entry and a total of 400 plus maquiladoras that exist, right? That we make business. From those, 20% of those belong to the medical devices, and that's where Johnson & Johnson plays a role. From the exporter perspective, Mexico, right, takes the 12th place in largest exporter. Half of the total, right, that it's being exported, it's coming from the manufacturing activities. 25% comes from Chihuahua as a state, but almost 90-95% comes from Ciudad Juarez. So that's what we're selling, and the reason that we're always trying to attract business, right, and especially to Juarez campus or Johnson & Johnson Juarez campus, where 1 of every 5 medical devices in the world comes from here. So very, very excited. We're not as a bigger, from the manufacturing side, we're not as big as medtech, right, as the medical industry. We're only the 7%, and these are the brands that are sharing, right, or some of them that are sharing the medical device manufacturing. But from the headcount perspective, that's what is also amazing. Part of the 236 are manufacturing employees, 30 from the medical devices, and half of those are part of our facilities. Half of those from the entire manufacturing industries. And then finally, we have one new facility. For those that are familiar with us, we have 3. And last year, we opened recently a new building that is around the corner from where we are. Each of them are located less than 2 miles from each of them, but we have a new site that it's a duplication and in response of all the growth that we've seen in the atrial fibrillation catheters that we built within Biosense Webster. So we're 4 franchises: Ethicon, DePuy, Biosense Webster, and Codman. But as I said, we are Johnson & Johnson. So that was creating confusion, and at the end of the day, we want Juarez to grow and not only have this representation. These are not all that are the manufacturing or the companies that we have within MedTech. We have more, but we want Juarez to be a hub for all medical devices. We used to be dedicated and very isolating, right, our core products, but now we want to make our facilities a combined in a hub, right, a tool for all what J&J wants to manufacture. And at the end, these are the technologies or the activities that we're rounded as far as from assembly perspective. We have from raw material receiving, extrusion, we do packaging, labeling, final inspection, and so on. So it's a combination, and we have a lot of organically integrated activities and in effort, right, to provide a faster solution and reduce our cycle times. But these are the type of processes, the type of products, right, that we manufacture, and some of the reason, right, that we're the one to discuss during the panel. But I want to give a brief overview and then just kind of ground it at the same level with Johnson & Johnson and then kick off our panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A great presentation from both of you. And I'm going to start with you, Hector. We saw already the relevance of the healthcare industry trade, and it's been a significant increase that we've seen since 2019 that you have also mentioned that. So what about the medical device manufacturing? So how has medical device manufacturing changed from the COVID-19 era to today?
Well, the medical device manufacture grow exponentially, I think so, in the area after COVID. Why? Because in the previous panel we talked about the opportunity and also the strategy of the United States to move part of the manufacturing. I think is this opportunity never in this room put in question that we have in front of us a big opportunity. We have a big opportunity. The companies is looking places in the border to be close to his main manufacturing plants. The nearshoring is a fact. We have as a country a window that is open to make business. But I think that the COVID and this opportunity take the country and take some companies in Mexico by surprise, because we don't have enough, or we don't have enough resources, or we don't put enough resources to take the opportunity. I am talking about we already talked about the energy, we already talked about the infrastructure that the country needs, but also we need to talk about what type of opportunity we need to take, because when we talk about the nearshoring, there are different nearshorings, because we want to get the opportunity only for growth in hand labor, offer hand labor, grow in create new campus or new warehouses or supply real estate buildings, or we want to take this opportunity to create a industry or create develop or create innovation in our country. Because if we offer or we take this opportunity only offering hand labor or real estate or in offer, it's good for the country, but we don't have the industry, or we don't have a business that will stay in our country for a long time. In the previous panel said that maybe China, part of the China is moving here, but maybe in the future will return to China. The only way to hold the business here is create a industry. Create an industry, we need to, our supply chains, we need to create a supply chains in Mexico. We already mentioned in the previous panel too that the 90% of the suppliers that all the companies we have here, these suppliers come from out of the country. We need to create a supply chain locally. And this is the only way that we will hold the industry. And also we need to talk about that we need to create the enough hand labor, focus the hand labor to the industry that we want to develop.
Thank you, Hector. Any additional comments, Lisa?
Yeah, so I think if we take from the perspective of the supply chain, the way that our forecasts and our volumes were projected pre-COVID are totally different on what is happening right now. And all relates to how surgeries are now scheduled, right? We're focusing only on the ones that are necessary rather than we put or delay the elective ones. So all of our projections had to recast it. So from that and the signals, right, as a suppliers, the signals that we're saying from the supply chain that we're all partnering from the beginning, how they're supporting us and maintaining the pacing, it had to like evolve, right? So we had to recreate our system because of that, and we're making different projections and have shuffle different type of instruments, right, and all the volumes that we're selling. And that's on one end, in order to create the capacity and the response, right? We want to be, I guess, aspirationally the Amazon for the medical devices, right? If they order, they can receive it hopefully the same day. So from that end, time is counting. So that's one of the challenges. The other one was the ways of working. So I will say that definitely the hybrid and the flexibility has teaching us a lot. But definitely we're not going into the hybrid. It has tested that from our manufacturing sites, our core, we need to be hands-on. We need to make decisions faster. So we've been trying different ways of working per se, but in order to make agile, right, decisions and then obviously move faster. And then finally, I'll mention that, has also from this ways of working, bring some of the, as Hector was mentioning, some of the capabilities here on site. So we're bringing and opening like R&D that typically is not on site, regulatory or quality, that those type of decisions, bringing them on site in order to like get us automatically on a faster pace. So bottom line, we have to recast everything. And we're going in through a process of ways of working and then kind of a hand-to-hand with digital technology. So we'll talk about later more about that specifically. But if we're not right now enabling our technology, right, and we're going to be out of the game in order to receive faster information and do our projections.
Thank you. And you're speaking about the challenges, but what is the panorama for Mexico, and what are the opportunities, right, for Mexico?
Well, the opportunity for Mexico and for this area is fabulous. It's great. But again, we need to focus what we need to do to get this opportunity. Because no question that a lot of companies is trying to come here. I say try because need to check if we have enough infrastructure in the area. But the companies will come. But also we need to focus how we will take this opportunity, and because the opportunity for the El Paso Juarez is how we take the opportunity for the medium companies, for small companies, for the people, the talent that is here, that how we integrate this talent to these big companies that they are coming to this area. That is the challenge, and I think that the best way is to be in contact, more in contact, the big companies with the small companies, with the medium companies, the universities, and also the institutions like the technology hub, like at Southwest Maquila, work more close with the big companies to understand the needs. And also the big companies need to open the opportunities, because the big plan come to Mexico, come to Juarez, come to El Paso, to stay here for maybe a long time. But the one way to be for a long time is to have a mature, a professional supply chains, and also to have enough resources in talent. This is the reason that we need to work. The big companies need to open the company, say, guys, this is the needs that we have, and the universities, the technology hubs, and also the medium companies go to these companies and talk with the companies in order to detect what is the needs.
Now, you spoke about supply chains, Isa, as well. So we already spoke about the manufacturing. How has it changed? Now the question is, how has supply? How have they changed over time? In particular, over recent years. And Hector, you mentioned that it could be through expansions, through warehouses, through digital technology. You also mentioned that, Isa. So if you could provide more details about how you foresee these changes to evolve, given the nearshoring, and what are the supply chain effects in our region?
Yeah, so I think elaborating, and that's kind of a continuation of the last question. I think the connection and first of all, the growth, and how do we prepare our labor, right, locally. So the growth is, the way that we provide local employments, right, and the capabilities. But the key aspect for us, and that's where we're growing and maturing in that aspect, is the digital technology. How do we connect the signals in a one single system or communication, the same language, right, that the supplier can read, our manufacturing sites can provide, and then we can continue the flow of our product, right? We still, after, at least on our facility after us, we still have sterilization services that it's also a restriction. We've been talking about that's an opportunity from the cluster to solve for all of our, the medical industries, the sterilization, and then logistics, right? The border, and even though that we have 6 ports of entry, border is not cooperating. So I think, how do we connect all those systems to provide a precise date or response, right, to our delivery, estimated time of arrival? Right now it has an opportunity. We're providing range well between 3 to 5 weeks. So we should be evolving into that. But that's situationally, I think that's where we're maturing, connecting our systems, understanding our local environment right from the border, and then, how do we provide better projections at the end?
Hector, so what would be the new technologies and AI incorporated into the medical device industry?
Well, the new technologies, in the last 10 years, the medical devices evolved very fast, and it include a lot of technologies, the artificial intelligence technology. But I would like to focus more in what the other technologies is, the manufacturing technologies, because most of the technologies that we use in our plants is coming from the R&D from other places. The plants here is a manufacturer's plants, and the technology for the device was created out of Mexico, out of this region. But we need to also don't forget that there are other technologies, the manufacturer technologies. This technology, we can work in this technology. In Juarez, the people in the plants develop technology for manufacture, improve the manufacture, make the manufacture more efficient. This is one of the technologies that we are developing in this region. Of course, we need to work again more with the big companies in order to bring the innovation, the R&D to this region, because this is the way that also we will select the suppliers. Because when we work in our company, we are a contract manufacturer. We have the suppliers came from our customers, and also we don't have the possibility to select suppliers. But if we develop part of the device here, we will select we can select or designate the suppliers or develop the suppliers.
So what would be the facilities here?
Citas B2B agendadas de 11:20 a 11:40 ya con.
So what would be the facilities or services need here to improve or to increase this medical cluster here in the region?
Yeah, I think we'll concentrate on like a broader aspect. So it's definitely, first of all, logistics, and I'm not saying that are not enough, but the way that we can move our product. Most of our exportations, right? It's, our market is EMEA, Asia Pac, and then still evolving on Latin America. But then logistics, in order to move our product, then the next, that's in the U.S., then the sterilization. That's our next focus, immediate focus. It's a very long-term readiness from validate another facility, and as well impact health service, the way it's sterilization, right? It's chemical, or if it's gamma, it's contamination. So there's a lot of negotiations that need to happen, but I think that's the focus and one of our primary discussions and negotiations, right? Or trying to influence, right, those decisions from the cluster that we're trying to create. But I think I'll say those two.
Thank you. And what are the unique opportunities that El Paso, the northern region, has with respect to the healthcare industry?
Well, El Paso Juarez has the opportunity to offer this service. The opportunity for the small and medium companies is big, because these companies will come here and we can offer, we expand our services in logistics, in the services that the companies, the medical device require, like sterilization, automatization, maintenance, or made, for example, chemical and biological tests, because every company that work in medical devices need to make this type of services. This is the opportunity for the region. Of course, we will have more demand of hand labor. Good. We will have more demand of the warehousing and space for manufacturing. Good. But for the region, the opportunity is in this service, in these little companies, medium companies that we need to develop here, and these big companies will need these services here.
Thank you. Can I take a question from the public, from the audience? Yes. Do you need a mic?
Can you hear me? Yeah. First and foremost, guys, thank you so much. All the points that you, Mayra, Isa, and Hector been telling, I am a part of the contract manufacturers, kind of tier 2, on the three key industries that we are talking today. And at all of them, I am seeing a challenge here is basically how to close the gaps with the Asian target pricing. That's the key challenge that we have, because probably 7 years ago, we were comparing to those Asian pricing. But now with all this nearshoring, that Asian pricing mindset still remains at your company. So that's, I guess, the best challenge that we have us to work it out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, this is an excellent question because if we want to develop the supply chains, don't expect that we will develop the supply chains. Is asking the small companies or the local companies give me cheaper than the China. The companies have the responsibility to develop the supply chains because it's the way that we will hold the company here. That the company will be here for a long time because we'll have a reliable we call a partnership in the supply chain. But we need to work in this way with our small suppliers. How? Maybe we need to buy a little bit more expensive at the beginning.
Right.
And maybe the second stage a little bit more cheaper than at the beginning, but not exactly the same like China. Maybe the third year or the fourth year we will get the price of China. This is the responsibility for these big companies. This is the reason that I am talking about that we need to be more open between the two sides, the supplier and the company.
Right.
If I may add,
Please, Isa.
so I think for us is creating a strategy, the kind of understanding the markets, right, and their cons and pros, right? And we created the China for China. If we want to grow, we can use the China market to keep growing. If this is a competitor, and I know that this is how do we compete with the pricing, that's a value added that the market from China can offer from electronics, from automation, or from additional factors on the instrument, at least for us, that we have added, that it's only enabled for the U.S., and that's how we're able to differentiate, right, what we're selling in the China and what we can sell in other markets. From us, we define it and we created one market for China, and we call it China for China, so we can grow and keep growing. But if it's a specific production perspective and fighting on pricing, I think understanding what are the limitations that each of the sectors come, and then try to sell it from that perspective. But that's how what have been working for us. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Isa.
We have 4 more minutes, right? So one last comment from them, just to close the panel. Anything else that you'd like to add, Hector?
Well, my only final remark is we have in front of us our opportunity. Nobody question that, but we need to be very smart how we take this opportunity, because if it's only for hard labor or a real estate, this opportunity will be for 10 years, and then in the next 10 years we will be in other country. We need to work how to hold this industry, how to hold this technology here.
No, I'll just add that we're in this together, so we continue growing as a community, and thank you for the panel. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you for the great opportunity to be here with you, and I think that we have to capitalize on the emerging opportunities that nearshoring, reshoring, ally-shoring brings. I think that we have the talent, we have the companies in the region. It's a matter of how to capitalize on these emerging opportunities. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you all for being here, and for each of our panelists, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
And on behalf of Mexico Now, we have a bottle of tequila that I'm going to present to each of our speakers. Yes? I know, right? Yes. Now, if you go visit them at their booth, they'll have a lot of fun to talk about, so yes. Right. Thank you all so much for being here. Okay, so we are going to head straight into our automotive forecast panel. So if you guys want to take a photo? Okay. 3, 2, 1. Make it all good. Yeah.
one about the political and free trade outlook in Mexico, and one about a tax outlook. So, interesting subjects. And the first panel this afternoon is Mexico's political and free trade outlook with our good friends Carlos Angulo, who is a political analyst, Grupo Estrategia Política, and my good old friend Cesar Ochoa, who is a partner at Easy Rubio. And now I just met this afternoon Mariana Rafael, who is General Director of Connecting Mexico. Part of an affiliate of Grupo Estrategia Política. So a lot of strategies. These guys are from the working streets of politics and free trade. So please help us welcome them.
You can start the first slide, please. The second one. Okay, well, why don't you start, Mariana?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Well, as you know, on June 2nd this year, Mexico will hold its largest election, not only because of the number of positions that are being elected, but also because of what is behind it. We have a lot of topics that are very relevant. The US is also holding an election. So every topic right now has translated into an electoral issue. We are thinking about energy, water, security, rule of law. So besides the number of positions that are being held, we also know that this is an important time to see if Mexico is going to take advantage of the time that we are living, specifically with the nearshoring topic. Some say that the nearshoring phenomenon is like the man to the moon mission for Mexico. So it will be very relevant to see what the candidates now and the elected president then does for this regard. Carlos, I don't know if you want to ask.
These are interesting times for Mexico, for the US, and for this industry. We have many challenges ahead of us. We made a list of topics, and there's no way we're going to be able to address all of them. As Mariana was saying, the political implications, both in Mexico and the US, of the elections, we have the review of USMCA coming up in 2026. We have issues with infrastructure, we have issues with water, we have issues with unions, which is something that we would like to address later on in this topic. So we have a very large array of topics that we could discuss. We will try to be brief and address them one by one, in taking into account their importance.
This is the biggest in history, the biggest election.
Good afternoon. Just to remind you that we invite you to join us for the next
This is the biggest.
Join us for the next conference of the day, featuring speakers Carlos Angulo, Cesar Ochoa, and Mariana Rafael. The conference has begun in the designated conference room. Your presence is highly appreciated.
So I was saying, this is the biggest election in the history of Mexico.
Hacemos una invitación de que nos acompañen en la próxima conferencia del día con los speakers Carlos Angulo, Cesar Ochoa, Ochoa y Mariana Rafael. La conferencia ya ha comenzado en la sala de conferencias. Apreciamos su presencia.
The biggest election in the history of Mexico. More than 20,000 electoral positions are being held. The presidency of Mexico, of course, okay, the executive branch of the government. That's the most important one, of course. The second one is the federal Congress, multiple state Congress and the Congress of Mexico City, and multiple municipalities are in place in all of Mexico, throughout Mexico. The players are two principal players that happens to be women. For the first time also in history, breakthrough with respect to Mexican politics. On the one hand, we have from the official side, that is the Morena coalition that is encompassed by Morena, by the Partido Verde, and by the Partido del Trabajo, sort of left-wingers. And I said sort because we are going to explain that later. And on the other side, we have Xochitl Galvez Ruiz. She's a senator under license right now, and that she represents the coalition for the PAN, the PRI, and the PRD. Oddly enough, PAN and PRI were the worst enemies in the past century, and now they're allies. Why? Why they're allies? Because it's a unique situation that is happening. They believe that there's a big threat in democracy, and we will explain that later. And the third player is a small party that probably will obtain no more than 5% of the votes. Is Jorge Alvarez Maínez from Partido Movimiento Ciudadano. Next slide, please.
So, looking at the economic outlook of how Mexico looks right now, things are looking well. We just saw today, I think earlier, that the expected growth was diminished, but by a little bit. But nevertheless, it's still one of the biggest economies in Latin America. It's still a very attractive country for international investment. And of course, what makes us think about the nearshoring is this Mexican moment that we are actually living. So a couple of months ago, Mexico surpassed China as the main source for exports to the US. Also, we are seeing the opening of different businesses from different sectors all across the country, specifically in the north part, but as we are seeing, we are also looking at the Bajío. Even at the south part of Mexico, some companies are trying to be there. But also we are looking at some challenges, and there is where it's important for us to see how these challenges are going to look like during the next administration, whoever becomes president. So, as you know, some economies in Europe are having a hard time. We thought the US was going to have a hard time as well. We have been positively surprised. But there is still an economic slowdown in a big part of the world, which is important to consider. Also, the financial cost of Pemex, which is a state-owned company that is costing a lot to the Mexican government, and it's creating a lot of challenges regarding the financial structure and the budget that the Mexican government has assigned for the past years. And also the inflation and tax revenues that, even though during this administration they've managed to increase the tax, what they have received from taxes from companies, and they have pushed hard to do so, we need to look at that and how that is going to look like during the next administration. All of this is very, very important for this nearshoring trend to keep happening, to keep going, and to have successful results.
On a more local basis, nearshoring is a thing. Is a thing. You just look around you. This forum is, it looks quiet, but underneath there's a lot of business being transacted. I was discussing, I think it was with Carlos, that he was in some part of Juarez and he saw some huge new industrial buildings being erected. And I told him that if I were to tell you that those industrial buildings were already rented, leased, I would be lying. Because no, the buildings that are being leased right now have not even been built. There's a pipeline of buildings that are already contracts built to lease. So it is a thing. We have many challenges, but over the years we've seen that this is a this industry, a very, very resilient industry. We see these challenges that Mariana is highlighting, but at the same time, we don't actually see them slow down. The companies keep on coming, and the outlook continues to be quite favorable. We do have many in the trenches. We do have many challenges that we need to address. Just getting a company incorporated has become an issue. The recording the company before the tax authorities is taking a lot longer than it used to be. So, electricity, this morning I understand it was addressed more fully. It's an issue. But all in all, we see a very bright, optimistic outlook for this industry.
Mexico, in comparison to the rest of Latin America, including Brazil, exports a lot more than all of them together. Okay, so Mexico is a very strong country with respect to manufacturing of exportations and other goods as well. But we do have challenges, of course. One of the principal challenges is the possible economic slowdown in the United States. It's being discussed now with the elections ambience that exists, electoral ambience that exists in the United States. Also, we have two big problems in Mexico. The two big para-state companies, Pemex and the Comisión Federal de Electricidad, which is the electrical utility both of them are state-owned, that are losing money by bundles, and Mexican government is putting up to close to $2 billion in Pemex, and that represents a big challenge for the Mexican economy. And tax revenues, although they increase because they really put the hammer into most of the big corporations with this new government. Still, we have more than 60% of our economy is informal economy. They are not paying any taxes, and Mexico has the lowest tax revenue yields in Latin America. If we can go to the next slide, please.
So talking about the actual challenges and opportunities regarding nearshoring, I think it's important to know that we are changing the way we view the world. I think it was Richard Haas that mentioned that we're not looking at globalization anymore, as we are looking again into geopolitics and how geopolitics matter more today than having a world as what we knew for the last years. So having this in mind, when we think about the opportunities, I mean, you can read the slide, but I think there are some important things that we need to highlight regarding, for example, human capital and how labor needs to be addressed and how it needs to be considered to be part of the nearshoring. So if we think about this STEAM or STEM branch of jobs, we need to have more engineers. We need to focus on that so we have an actual labor force that is able to work and to be part of this nearshoring trend. I've been talking to people that tell me, well, we do not have enough people that are willing to work because they don't know what they need to know. So now, at least in the northern part of the country, that's a thing. Even if it's natural for companies to look for northern states because of the border, they need to have this kind of qualities for them to still be attractive in the future. And then also we need to think that that is not only on the north. We should invest on having that labor market focus across the entire country, so we have people that are capable of being part of these industries. Another one that I want to highlight is the strong and independent regulators. As I believe Cesar was mentioning, we do have the revision of the USMCA on 2026, and some of the things that we are seeing right now is the federal government attacking those institutions, which are part of the USMCA. So we need to be aware that these topics cannot be just eliminated, or there will be consequences. We need to have independent bodies, for example, for telecommunications, as we did today. And of course, it's a point of certainty for the world and for companies, obviously, to have an autonomous and strong judicial branch in Mexico, to be certain of the rule of law, to be certain that their investments will be safe. So this opportunity, we list these as opportunities because even if it's part of the speech right now, we do think that the next president should take this into account to give the right message and to provide this certainty that the companies need. I don't know if you want to add more on opportunities and the challenges.
Yeah, I would like to comment on the issue of qualified.
B2B meeting scheduled from 3:20 to 3:40 p.m. afternoon. Citas B2B agendadas de 3:20 a 3:40 p.m. ya comenzaron.
The availability.
Remember, if you have any questions regarding your agenda, you may come and ask at the B2B desk. Si tienen cualquier duda acerca de su agenda, pueden venir a preguntar al B2B desk.
Okay. The availability of qualified personnel. You know, we get to live that as attorneys. I got a call the other day from a client telling me that he received a letter from another manufacturing company saying, you know, it was a cease and desist kind of letter in private. No authorities were involved. They were warning this company that they should stop going after their personnel. They told my client that one of their human resources people was pirating, was stealing away some of their employees, and asked them to cease and desist. They named a specific person. They said, you took this person from us, and that person is going through ranks, you know, depleting our human resources, hiring them for your company. So we did some research, and we found out that the vast majority of those who were allegedly stolen had not been working for more than 8 months at that company, 6, 8 months. And then you look, you know, now everything's transparent. You go to their LinkedIn pages, and it was the same story. These guys women were jumping from one job to the next, systematically, going for the next, you know, better paid position. So it was difficult for the people, the company that was sending the message that they were being affected by us because they had done exactly the same thing with the previous employers. But it is a fact, it is a problem. You know, we need more qualified people, and you know, it takes time and effort to educate qualified people. So that is one. If you ask me, what's one of the biggest challenges we have right now, finding qualified people to work in all positions throughout the industry.
I want to touch on a subject that is very of much concern on everybody. That is the insecurity. As you know, the State Department has stated that multiple areas of Mexico are insecure, that organized crime governs those areas, so on and so forth. What I can tell you about that is that yes, the problem exists, but it does not exist in the environment of manufacturing or export manufacturing. Okay, in the worst moment that Juarez suffered in 2010, where we had 32 killings on a daily basis on the principal streets of the city at office hours, not a single maquiladora was touched. Okay, So I can tell you that organized crime has not entered that world at all, on the one hand. On the other hand, the areas where the manufacturing industry is located, okay, are areas where you do have insecurity issues, but are not the core issue of the city. To mention Juarez in particular, you know, Juarez has terrible statistics with respect to killings, although not as bad as in 2010. But they are very, focused on peripheral areas of the city, mainly gang problems related to sale of narcotics, okay, narcomenudeo, and they're concentrated in those areas which are not affecting day-to-day life in Juarez. You don't have any muggings in the city. There's no kidnappings and that type of a thing, okay? And most of the areas where the manufacturing industry is located is the same type of environment. So you have to take that into account. Next slide, please.
So as we were talking in the first slide, we do have the biggest election this year taking place in Mexico. Carlos already pointed out some of these. We are having the election for president, for 9 governorships, the complete renewal of Congress, 31 local congresses and city councils. If we can go to the next slide, please. Thinking about what it means on the electoral level, I think what we need to focus on is what candidates and what the parties and coalitions are proposing and thinking about, specifically when we think about free trade and investment because of this forum. So on every side we see that there's of course interest in taking advantage of this. I was just talking about this before, and when I was reading this I thought this is one of the topics where there's not a lot of ideology, where they should just be smart and just add these 3 columns and then they would have a great proposal. So, I mean, on the side of Morena and Claudia Sheinbaum, we're thinking about economic growth, keeping a good relationship with the U.S., strengthen the regionalized industrial policy that the current administration has put in place, defining development niches to foster different sectors. On Alvarez Maínez, we see a different focus regarding competitiveness, talking about small and medium enterprises, investment on industrial parks, which is important because as we were talking about labor in the northern part of the country, space is also becoming a thing. When companies just think of Nuevo León or Monterrey to go and invest, and they need to know that there are more, but we also need to have more industrial parks that are well equipped and that they are all what companies need. And on Xochitl Galvez side, leveraging nearshoring as it's one of the proposals. She's also thinking about specific policies in relevant sectors, and of course she likes to highlight a lot that she's an engineer, so she highlights the investment in this kind of professional paths for people. So if you ask me, I do think that the 3 of them make sense and that it's one of the things where they can find coincidences and not fight about this, but actually work together to have a policy that works well, because it's an opportunity for the country, and no matter who the president is, I think these are things that both at presidential level but also at local level and in Congress, they should look at every aspect of their proposals.
Do we have another slide on unions? May I address that now?
I just want to sort of finish the profiles of the candidates. Claudia Sheinbaum, that is the candidate for the current government, okay? And she comes from a Jewish family, okay, of immigrants, and she was raised on a very privileged, I would say, environment, okay? and highly educated, and left-winger since she was very young, okay? Whereas Xochitl Galvez comes from a very, very low class in a very poor state, the state of Hidalgo, in a very poor city of the state of Hidalgo. And she made extraordinary efforts in order to improve her knowledge, so on and so forth, selling little things in the public square of her hometown. An uncle helped her grow with respect to earning money to go to the university. She made the exam for the National University in Mexico City. She passed the exam and went and lived in a very poor area of Mexico City on a rooftop and started to work as a telephone operator, winning very, very little money, okay, on a call center. And after the few first courses that she took on computer science, she learned to the language of several of the computer programming. And from there, she was earning like 2,500 pesos a week. And later on, she won 50,000 pesos a month as a programmer, okay? And from there on, she started to work and started her own business in a moment that was very attuned to develop a business in how you say that, in buildings that are intelligent buildings, okay? And from there on, she grew and grew her business, and she was one of the most important women in the world, selected in the Davos Economic Forum, and then she was invited by President Fox to handle the Indian Affairs position at the federal government. Claudia, on the other hand, after the left-wing struggle, won a position in the Mexico City government. She's an expert in the environment. She's an environmental engineer, and she took the position on the environmental department of Mexico City. Okay, and from there on, she went to handle one of the boroughs of Mexico City, as well as Xochitl handled another borough of Mexico City. Oddly enough, Claudia was in charge of one of the poorest boroughs, and Xochitl in one of the richest boroughs. And from there on, Claudia became a senator, and now we have that position. That are confronting each other with respect to the offerings. Now, just to finish, one thing that is very important. President Lopez Obrador presented 20 initiatives to amend the Constitution and principal laws of Mexico. Two initiatives are very important, okay? One is to reduce the number of congressmen, eliminating congressmen that are elected indirectly, okay, so that they give space to the minorities. If that amendment passes, okay, Morena would have approximately 75% of Congress, okay? So that would give you they would give Morena the opportunity of amending the Constitution, okay? And on the other hand, he presented another constitutional amendment in order to have the ministers, as we call them, it would be like the justice in the United States of the Supreme Court, being elected by popular vote. So just imagine having Morena control Congress and being elected by popular vote. It will be a Supreme Court 100% in favor of Morena. So that's the situation. And of course, Claudia is backing up that situation. Next slide, please.
Thinking back on the election, we see here in this map the 9 governorships that are up for election, and on the other side we can see who is leading in every state. So as you can see, Morena is leading in most of these states where we are having an election. It's important to point out that Morena is a recent party of recent creation. So the amount of space that it has occupied in the last years, it's pretty big and it's very important. Whereas, for example, for the PAN, I mean, Carlos was already explaining the thing with this coalition and how these parties were used to be opposed to each other. But they are, well, if things happen like this, they are still managing to keep two of their main states that they've like always governed there. But it's not looking that easy. So it's important to highlight that Morena is taking a lot of advantage throughout the entire country, north, south, east, and west. So this is how the map is looking like. And also I want to point out that no matter who wins, we don't see a risk regarding investment coming. I do think that there's a risk on actually handling in the best way possible the nearshoring opportunity. But I mean, when we talk to a lot of companies, they say that they were very scared at the beginning of the administration of President López Obrador because they didn't know what was going to happen. And now, almost 6 years later, it's not been that bad. I mean, it varies depending on the sector, of course, but we don't see as a big risk that depending on who wins, that investment that is already planned for it to happen in Mexico will be in risk. Of course, for the challenges that these states have and whoever ends up being governor there, it's what they create as public policy to attract the investment. Right now, we think of nearshoring, everybody wants nearshoring, but we need policies to make it happen. So who's gonna think about incentive policies? How is the environmental taxes and duties gonna work? How is water gonna work? Do they have the resources that they need? These are some of the things that they need to think about for the policies that they need to put in place once they are elected.
One of the questions I get asked more from our clients is labor. What's the labor outlook? When one thinks of leftist governments, one usually thinks that they are pro-labor. The odd thing is that the biggest changes that we have had in Mexico in terms of labor were dictated really by the US and Canada. The USMCA has a full chapter on labor matters, and it is a chapter that basically says that all three countries, but Mexico specifically, need to comply with all of the international recognized labor rights. But we had a side agreement on NAFTA on labor, but it really didn't have teeth. Now it does have teeth. Now it has specific provisions that says that all the countries, Mexico, which is the one that's lagging behind in the protection of these rights, must protect, must honor the freedom of association, freedom to unionize. They must protect the well-being of the workers in terms of health within the workplace, non-discrimination, not forced labor, not labor of children. It's specifically regulated by the USMCA. And it is not only mandated by USMCA, it has a chapter, specifically an annex, that deals with violations of freedom to associate. You may have heard of the rapid response mechanism. That is a mechanism that was created specifically to ensure that Mexico, the companies in Mexico honored the freedom of the employees to decide who if they want to have a union, and if they do want to have a union, who is going to be that union. In my life as an attorney, I have seen many occasions when the union of given company is selected by the governor of the state, or by the Secretary of Labor, or by the unions, or by the employers. We used to have a practice was white unions where a company would contact a friendly union and they would represent the workers. That doesn't exist anymore. That's already been changed in the law. Now, for the first time, I'm seeing...
Our next conference, Tax Outlook, featuring Roberto Fernandez Reyes and Oscar Mata, is going to begin shortly. We kindly request that you take a seat in the conference room and join us. The next B2B meeting session, scheduled from 3:40 to 4 p.m., is now ready to begin.
So the rapid response mechanism is a system for any group of employees who feel that their employer is intruding, is interfering in their right to decide freely who is going to be their union. They can file a claim for the Mexican government. The Mexican government decides if there are merits, and if there are merits, a panel of experts is convened, and there's sort of a mini trial to see if in fact the company was interfering, and there are severe sanctions, including the inability to export into the United States. So but that's already done. That's law already. So the election, regardless of who wins, that's not going to change.
Just to finish up the remarks of Mariana with respect to the environment for investment for export. You have a government that is autocratic, one man or one party on the one hand. On the other hand, you have a democratic government. Any one of you has made any investments in China? That's my question. If that's the situation, if the response is yes, okay, well, you were in that environment, and that environment promoted export, manufacturing, so on and so forth, and it's still very strong. In Vietnam, okay, the development of South Korea was done, the manufacturing development of South Korea was done in a very strict autocratic government of General Jin. So that situation is, I would say, you have to focus on that situation in this sense, that no government, autocratic or democratic, is going to attack export manufacturing, okay? So bear in mind that important situation, okay? Why? Because it represents revenues for the country, it represents tax revenues, it represents something that will help the country. So it's very important to point that out. Next slide, please.
I'm going to run quickly through this one to have time for questions. Here we are just mapping some of the states that have received the biggest amount of investment, and some of the companies that we've seen that they've decided to invest in the country. For the past years, we also can see what are one of the most benefited sectors. I mean, and even if these are, of course, part of what is a regular economy, in Mexico, we also know that the Mexican government is trying to have the policies to benefit or to make it easier for them to invest in the country. So unless you want to add something.
Next slide, please.
So, and this goes perfectly with what Carlos was saying about the international context. Well, and the example of China, as of course all of you know, we are having also elections in the US, and it's an important part for the agenda, mutually, both for Mexico, the US, and for the US, Mexico. So with the revision of the USMCA, but also with all that is going around nearshoring and around China, they have the opportunity to do things in a certain way. I do think that companies are looking now to be in more certain environments, and even the definition that you like to pick, whether it's nearshoring, ally shoring, reshoring, Mexico make sense. But Mexico makes sense as long as they keep a careful relationship with China. So it's still seen as a safe place for the U.S. and that it's some trusted country.
Before we open to the public some questions, falta una más? Okay, if you have any remarks, next slide please.
I had one other topic. We have run out of time. One other topic that I wanted to very, very briefly discuss is exchange rates. There is an incredible appreciation of the peso, which is unheard of. You talk to the people who deal with currencies, and peso doesn't appreciate ever before an election. It just doesn't happen, but it's happening now. So that's quite unusual. There is the explanation. I was half an hour on the phone with people from Banco Bases exchange currency department, and they were saying, this is based on two things. First, Mexico has solid economics. A lot of foreign investment coming into the country, a lot of remesas, money sent from Mexicans working abroad. But more than anything else, there's a basket of international currencies that are solid. Mexico is prime among those right now. The trading that's happening on Mexican currency is betting that the peso is going to remain strong, and that's what's keeping it strong. To believe that it is a strong currency. It's just a commodity. They don't expect the peso to devaluate before the election. They don't expect it to devaluate after the election. They don't expect it to appreciate any more than it is. They think that in the next couple of years it perhaps will go back to 1830, 1870, but no more than that.
Okay, we're open to questions, if you may. There's a lady with a microphone here, so if you can raise your hands and make any questions.
Thank you. First of all, congratulations. I think I have never seen something so articulated, the three of you. There is a concern that our clients have expressed to us, which is related to expropriation. There is a very recent expropriation of Air Liquide.
Excuse me, export what?
Expropriation.
Expropriation.
Yeah. That's the private property, and this is something that for investors create certain prevention, to say the least. What are your comments about that?
I can start with that. Have you seen any expropriations in Vietnam or in communist China? No. They're not foolish. If any government will start expropriating industry for export, in 2 seconds they will lose 80% of the investment in exports. I don't believe that would be a concern, at least for the export industry.
There is. If you look at the news, on February 24, the government announced that they expropriated the plant that Air Liquide had. It used to be a hydrogen plant for Pemex, the Tula plant, and it was expropriated. And that's one of the things that people are concerned about, because this is happening.
Yeah, that's not in the export environment. That's within the energy ambit of Mexico. Okay, yeah, it is of concern, of course, and more individual concern. No, there's many speculation that if the new the government stays in place, that private property may be a concession, and things like that. No, but there's speculation. I don't believe that export industry will be affected.
Same thing. I'm embarrassed to say that I'm not familiar with that expropriation. 37 years ago, I went to get a master's degree in the U.S. and one of the classes I was taking almost 40 years ago. international investment regulation. And expropriations do happen in the world, of course, but it's more natural resources, things that the government can easily get benefit from. And certainly in this industry, they wouldn't gain anything at all by expropriating a manufacturing operation at all. It would be useless. And on the other hand, it just sends the wrong message to the market right now. The creation of, as Carlos was saying, the bringing of investment, the creation of jobs, transfer of technology, they will lose all of those things. I don't see it. Could it happen? Maybe in a worst case scenario.
And the biggest asset in export manufacturing is intellectual property. They cannot expropriate that.
But if I just may add, specifically to your question, I do think it's a concern, and it's part of the policies that President López Obrador has had, which create concern, which as of now, the Supreme Court has been able to block a lot of these decisions. So we do see in these cases that's why it's important for us to try to push for this independent Supreme Court, because it's been the only actor that has been capable of stopping those things from happening. And also what we are seeing, at least from Claudia Sheinbaum on the Morena side, is at least as for now a more subtle tone on this kind of issues. She understands a little bit more about the importance of working together with the private sector, with civil society. So I agree, it's something that we should keep on the top of our minds, but as far as we have a Supreme Court, probably things won't be as risky.
One more question, Sergio.
I guess last question over here.
It's not a question. It's a sub-commentary. In Mexico, President López Obrador has not made an expropriation. The main strategy, the main policy in the government is to disappear the corruption in enterprises, in companies, and in the government. Then Iberdrola, I think that everybody knows about. Iberdrola, Mexican government buy the company Iberdrola for $7 billion because there were a lot of corruption, in Iberdrola, and all the mechanism to produce and to buy and to sell energy in Mexico. Then what the president is working these 6 years is making more competitive the Mexican economy. And our man over there talk about one of the how do you say, the main macroeconomic concepts. Right now Mexico has the highest foreign direct investment in the history. Right now Mexico has the number of employments also highest in the history. And then, like that, there are 7, 10 macroeconomic variables that are higher, that never in the history of Mexico. Then the Mexican economy is strength. It's very strength right now. That's for we are here right now because there are a lot of opportunities in Mexico.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, indeed, there are a lot of opportunities, and there's a lot of discussion on politics and the free trade and so forth. And I think would you like to make a last comment?
Yeah,
Cesar?
we managed managed to dodge the question of who was going to win the election?
Well,
Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
But, okay, so now you got me in the mood. I think there's a big elephant in the room, which is every government influences somehow the next administration. In the case of Xochitl, how much influence with the PRI and the PAN with such a bad reputation will have over Xochitl? And on the other hand, how much influence would Lopez Obrador will have over Claudia? Over Claudia.
Well, to answer the last one is 100% influence. To answer the Xochitl is the biggest concern that Xochitl has. She, Xochitl cannot win without the political parties, period, number one. Number two, the biggest concern of Xochitl with respect to the campaign is the political parties. It's axionomer, how do you say that? Axionomer?
Action.
No, es como una contradicción. Axionomer?
Conundrum.
Oxymoron. Oxymoron.
Well, very good.
I don't agree. I mean, I do think that the next government, if it's Claudia, will be very similar. But I also think it's not as simple as that. It will have to also be, we need to look at the Congress and how Congress is going to look like. If she gets a 2/3 majority Congress, she will have very little room to make things differently because then they will keep following López Obrador's rule. But if they don't get that majority, I think Claudia has the space to negotiate and to make things a little different.
Yeah, well, as they say in the States, when they start talking politics, nobody wants to say a side or the other one because you get tagged. So we will see. Thank you very much.
We will see. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Cesar, Mariana, and Carlos, and a little tequila for you, and a photograph over there. I don't think the photographer is ready. Jeez. Okay. Very good. Thank you, guys. All of these
I would
conferences.
like to remind all attendees that the next conference is set to begin shortly. Tax Outlook with speakers Roberto Fernandez Reyes and Oscar Mata. We kindly request that you take a seat in the conference room and join us.
Very good. So there you have it, our next panel. Roberto and Oscar, please join over here. I'd like to say that all of these conferences.
We invite all attendees for the last conference of the day, Tax Outlook, with Mr. Roberto Fernandez Reyes and Oscar Mata, in the conference room about to begin.
Well, first we apologize. We couldn't get all the room.
B2B sessions from 4 p.m. to 4:20 p.m. are also about to begin.
Roberto's career, a very renowned lawyer here in town, and of course Oscar, a long career at Lear Corporation in the finance department. So just go right ahead, guys, and good luck.
Hello? Taxes is always a scary thing. Very scary for a lot of people. I guess we scare the audience off because everybody's gone. There's very few people left. But what we have to say is quite interesting And actually, we are going to hear from someone who's quite, experienced and well-versed in the tax aspect of doing business in Mexico. So much has been said about nearshoring. I guess there is very little or almost nothing left to say about nearshoring. I'm going to put my clock here so I don't run out of time, and I honor your time and my time and so forth. So, as I was saying, tax issues are always of concern to everybody. Most of us are taxpayers, and taxes is a very important thing. I don't think we have to say anything else. A lot has been said by very well-versed people here today about nearshoring. And I always like to say that nearshoring is a concept that was born out of the offshoring concept that was pretty popular back in the 80s, 90s, and the 2020s and so forth. So it was good to say we're offshoring our production, and it sounded pretty elegant and pretty sophisticated. And now we're back. Now the nearshoring is, let's bring our manufacturing operations as close to the consumer market as possible. That's really what it is. Nearshoring is where let's go and have our manufacturing operations as close as possible to our consumers market. That's, I guess, Oscar, you will agree with me?
Completely agree with you, Roberto. And thank you very much for the invitation also to this panel. Well, I believe that we had a very good day hearing about nearshoring, about the expectations, the challenges, opportunities that Mexico has, and obviously the previous panels as well. One word that is in my mind is we have in Mexico issues, many issues to resolve. No? And as you mentioned right now, I mean, nearshoring is to bring operations to Mexico as close as possible to the market, to the consumer market at the end of the day. But obviously we need to differentiate the nearshoring, bringing nearshoring to bring new operations, or to expand just operations of the current establishment in Mexico, no? Which is maybe very, very important to understand exactly the difference about that as well.
No, of course, and we have seen, we have not seen, I'd rather say, we have not seen a lot of nearshoring operations, in other words, new operations, non-existing operations right now that come to Mexico. Very few. What we have seen is already existing operations that had manufacturing operations elsewhere, relocating and reconcentrating their manufacturing operations here, which is what you just said. That's an expansion of existing operations more than bringing new operations into Mexico. So that's what we have seen so far. I think you would agree with me. If you go to the Ministry of Economy and you ask them how many new EMEX permits have been granted in the last 12 months, and not too many. Most of it is growth of existing operations.
And also trying to make a reconciliation on talking about the new IMEX programs granted or authorized by the Minister of Economy. It's something that probably we need to take care of, and we need to look at very carefully in order to understand whether or not the new operations under the nearshoring format is bringing in Mexico or not. Because at the end of the day, what we are seeing in the Index Tax Commission and the Free Trade Commission in the National Office of Index, the National Maquiladora Association, is how to reconcile the numbers of the authorized program at the beginning of the year with the cancellation of the programs that we have on the year versus the balance of the programs that we have at the end of the year. And if you look at that formula, I mean, the outcome is, for instance, new programs authorized in 2023 of close to 240 new programs of IMEX program. Is true or not is true? I mean, is that the reality? I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. That's something that we need to look at very carefully in order to understand the real transparency that we have in the information that we handle as well. I mean, personally, I understand, or I believe that in Mexico, they don't grant 200, or they don't authorize 240 new programs last year. I mean, honestly, I don't see it. I don't see those. So, and obviously because in order to bring or reallocate an operation into Mexico for a product that at the end of the day is going to be exported out of Mexico, I think that it's something that we need to look at very carefully. It's something that the corporation or the companies that will bring to Mexico new investments needs to review, needs to perform a very good due diligence of the operations that they are going to do in order to determine what is going to be the best tax structure that they will have in Mexico in order to operate as an exporting company at the end of the day. I mean, hopefully those nearshoring operations that that the investors are relocating in Mexico are for the local or for the Mexican consumption. But it's not true. It's not true. I mean, at the end of the day, the reality is that most of the operations that that the investors are relocating in Mexico are for exportation at the end of the day. So how those operations are going to be established in Mexico? I think that the best opportunity is to obtain an IMEX program, a promotional IMEX program, in order to import commodities, transform the commodities, and export it at the end of the day without paying value-added tax. We obtain a VAT certification that is requested by the IMEX program in order to avoid the value tax on the temporary importation, etc. But I think that it's very important to perform that particular due diligence, give or receive advice from advisors, or be assessed by advisors in order to review and understand exactly how they want to operate in Mexico from tax standpoint.
Right. Before I forget, and you'll agree with me, the Mexican government publishes every year. I don't know if it's every year or every 6 months. There's a publication indicating how many IMEX permits, maquiladora permits, have been canceled in the prior term. And I read the report last year. I think it was in October or somewhere in October. It was a ton. It was more like, they were in alphabetical order, and there were more than 300 maquila IMEX permits canceled. Now, Oscar, I think it would be important if you can explain a little, if you can elaborate a little bit on what's the IMEX permit, what's the maquiladora structure, and perhaps what is contract manufacturing. Maybe our select audience would welcome a brief explanation on those, because there's a lot of people like to think that IMEX or maquiladora is one and the same and it's only one format. But it's a little bit, can you explain a little bit about the intricacies or the differences between the two?
Well, I'm going to try to explain that. It's late to talk about taxes, but let's think about it. I mean, we have an opportunity to bring an investor to bring a new operations in Mexico, an operation of a product that is going to be in the U.S. market. Okay, at the end of the day, the consumption is going to be in the U.S. market. But we want to make the manufacture in Mexico. If we want to run that operation, the logical thing for me is that this operation, foreign investors, needs to obtain an IMEX program in order to avoid taxes, foreign trade taxes and value-added taxes. The IMEX program, probably you know better than me that the IMEX programs allows the importers to bring commodities into Mexico without paying import duty taxes and value-added taxes. We obtain a VAT certification, or if we obtain a bond to to guarantee the VAT that is going to be housed or is triggered into the temporary importation, while you bring those goods into Mexico on temporary basis, transform those commodities, and then export the finished goods result of the manufacturing. You can establish that company with an IMEX program, but an IMEX program not necessarily means that it's going to be a maquiladora. The maquiladora concept used to be for those transformation or manufacturing services that we perform between related parties. I mean, we have a principal in the US that wants to contract an entity in Mexico to perform the manufacturing and provide the raw material and the machinery and equipment. The Mexican related party,
subsidiary,
a subsidiary, related party subsidiary, yeah, might obtain a IMEX program in order to import the raw material and the machinery and equipment that they are going to use for the transformation of the manufactured products, and then return the products to the U.S. for the commercialization by the principal entities. That is a maquiladora. It's the relationship that we have. It's a maquiladora operating with an IMEX program because of the relationship that they have with the principal or a parent company in the U.S.
A principal, subsidiary relationship. Principal in the U.S., subsidiary in Mexico.
Exactly. At the end of the day, that maquiladora complied with the definition that we have in the Mexican income tax law, works on the provisions of the value-added tax law as well, and using the provisions, the states, and the ley aduanera, customs law. So, at the end of the day, we operate that the services that we need to charge to the principal in the U.S. should be a service that must be arm's length, that must be at market value. I mean, how much do we need to charge for the manufacturing services to the principal for the services that we are performing in Mexico? And that is something that we call in the tax environment as the transfer pricing regulations, okay? So in order to comply with the transfer pricing regulations, that also allows for the principal in the U.S. avoid the permanent establishment in Mexico, we need to follow the Mexican regulations for the transfer pricing methodologies that we have currently in the law, and that is a nightmare so far. Okay, that is completely a nightmare in order to obtain resolutions. It has been very difficult in Mexico to negotiate, to work with the local tax authorities, to try to lobby the maquiladora environment taxation that we need to pay. So far, it's uncertain what's going on with the transfer pricing rules. If we don't follow the transfer pricing rules, we will have the risk to establish a permanent establishment for the principal that creates a lot of issues in Mexico for the foreign entities. So that's particularly what we have in Mexico. It is so far very hard, very difficult to negotiate with the tax authorities all the matters, open matters that we need to resolve with the authorities in order to create certainty for the investors. Transfer pricing policy, for instance, has a seniority of more than 5 years behind in order to get resolutions for the past years. So that creates uncertainty because the foreign investor doesn't know exactly how they will pay the income tax in Mexico for the past years, in which probably we will need to amend annual tax returns, pay additional income tax, paid interest, surcharges, etc., paid additional profit sharing for the employees for the past years, while you are still waiting for a resolution for the tax authority on transfer pricing matters. So it is very, very difficult in Mexico so far. We don't have that policy, tax policy, that but it's a policy that allows the foreign entities or the principals to have that kind of certainty that allows them to exactly know how they're going to be taxed in Mexico.
Exactly. And two things. One thing I like to say, Oscar, you would agree with me, and this taken from a lawyer that I am. Mexico is a country where form overrides substance. In other words, the format of things is as important as the substance of things. In other words, you know you have to pay a corporate income tax of 30%. Here in the U.S., with the Trump administration, the corporate tax came down, and in the U.S., treating tax deductible expenses is very easy. The IRS trusts a lot its taxpayers, and there's many different ways to write off expenses that you incurred in your business. And in Mexico, it's not like that. In Mexico, the way you present, the way you have your accounting, the way you book your expenses, where you book your expenses, and how the invoices and things like that relate to real services rendered, things like that, is a very important aspect. Again, in Mexico, the substance and the format of things are just as important. And the reason why I say this is because we have seen many cases of foreign companies that come to Mexico and start doing things very similar to how they do them in their countries of origin, and then they have a nightmare. It is very important. You were saying, Oscar, a few minutes ago, you were saying that in coming to Mexico, it's key. And I don't say this because I have a law firm and I counsel firms. I say this because I've seen clients that come to Mexico and don't have the preventive advice that they need to have to set the right foot in Mexico when they arrive. You agree with me that substance and format are equally as important. So the message is, for those who want to relocate nearshore in Mexico, it is very important to get advice. Now, Oscar, you talked about transfer pricing, which is a big, big subject. It means how much a Mexican subsidiary will charge its parent company for either the services or the goods that are rendered or manufactured in Mexico, because that plays a role particularly when they are related parties, parent and subsidiary, right? Oscar, I have one question. I think this will be a key question. I don't know if I asked this question to you before. How would you feel? Well, let me say this first. One of the largest sources of foreign income in Mexico, next to or close to oil exports and tourism, is the manufacturing maquiladora industry. And what really bothers me is we do not have a law that governs and regulates the maquiladora, the IMEX industry. We don't. We have a decree issued by the President and the Ministry of Economy, but we don't have a law coming from Congress that cannot be amended, modified, unless it takes another act of Congress. My question, how do you think that having a maquiladora law that would govern things like transfer pricing, import-export, VAT certification, etc., all those things that are key to the industry, and you talked about, I think I understood you to say companies need to make forecasts. Companies need to know how much they're going to spend ahead of time, not in the past, not for arranging or rearranging past issues. So how do you feel about having a law that governs probably the second largest source of foreign income in Mexico?
That is a very, very interesting question, Roberto. And this is something that we already discussed in the chamber of the Index Association. Whether we want to promote a law consolidate all the different
pieces of legislation or pieces of rules.
Pieces of
Because
rules
it's
that we
not
have in
legislation, it's
several
rules.
laws, in several provisions, including this decree, IMEX decree, and put all together in one single law for the maquiladora operations. In the past, I will tell you that it's going to be important to review and discuss. Today, it's uncertain. I mean, it is very uncertain. I mean, and the problem is, for me, is how the government is moving the pieces in order to accommodate the tax collection as well for maquiladoras. I mean, let me explain a little bit. I mean, I don't know whether it's going to be better to have a single law that is going to be approved in the Congress, or whether to have a program or a decree that you probably amend without go to the Congress and have authorization from there, okay? It's something that is discretionality by the president, the authorization of that decree, rather than discuss it in the Congress and have the provision or authorization for the majority in the Congress. So it's something that probably we need to look at in index in order to review whether or not it's better to capture again all the analysis that we had in, because we already made that analysis in the past, and the outcome of the result of that analysis unanimous was, I think, was that we don't talk at that time that it's necessarily better to have a particular law for maquiladora rather than manage it by the different decrees,
rules,
etc. However, and so far, I think that the political moment is not this one.
Oh no,
this is not the best moment to discuss in the Congress whether or not, or with the current president or the current administration, not the president, the current administration, whether it's better to have a particular law for the maquiladora. We don't know so far even what is going to be the future of the maquiladora at the end. I mean, why? Because the signs that we receive from the administration are very, very contrary to what we are talking about here about nearshoring, for instance. So, in absence of an industrial policy that allow us or that provide incentives to the investors to bring more operations here in Mexico, I think that is the major concern that we have. We don't have the policy of the transfer pricing, for instance, so far. If you want also for the maquilador environment, if you want to collect value-added tax that you pay to the suppliers, that VAT, you probably know that is a receivable for exported companies. It is a really, really nightmare in order to collect that information. We have documented several companies in which the value-added tax refunds that they are claiming to the Mexican government is billions. I mean, we had companies that have accumulated balances of receivable VAT for more than a year. Okay, more than a year. That affects directly, obviously, their capital the working capital that we currently have, because that is cash that should be allowed for the maquiladora in the short term, directly. But if you file, for instance, or you claim for a refund, you will receive a first requirement of additional information from SAT. Once you respond, you will receive a second requirement. Those requirements are discretionality issued by the Mexican government. And you know that. Immediately you identify that is discretionary, a discretionary requirement by the tax authorities. Sometimes they request information, additional information for the VAT refunds that you respond immediately, or requirements that has nothing to do with the favorable or with the receivable balance that you are claiming. Because, for instance, you are claiming VAT refunds, but they are asking for the number of employees that you currently have.
Which has nothing to do with
nothing to do. I mean, even though, and moreover, because they don't have that kind of history within the record. So they have it, but they don't use it. They don't keep it. They don't want to link those historical information that they have for the maquiladoras, link it to the historical records that they have for the VAT refunds that they for the maquiladoras that are claiming for the refunds.
Right.
It is a nightmare. So far, the tax environment for the maquiladoras in Mexico is a real.
I go back to my recommendation. If you're relocating into Mexico, get advice in advance.
That's the key. I mean, that's something that is, for me, is the key. I mean, really, if one investor is thinking to bring manufacturing operations in Mexico for export products, obviously perform, as I said, that due diligence, receive the advice for professionals that really understand the environment, tax environment in Mexico.
Right, and sometimes we tend to get carried away with things that we talk about when we know the tax aspects of things. But let me run quickly and refresh everybody's recollection on the VAT issue. See, all the maquiladoras and all the companies that relocate in Mexico and get a NEMEX permit and bring machinery, equipment, raw materials, upon importation into Mexico, all the goods, let's call them goods, machinery, equipment, raw materials, etc., pay VAT, and VAT at the rate of 16% upon importation. Now, the benefit that maquiladoras have is that they can later claim a refund of the VAT that they paid, either a refund by the government digs in its pocket and gives you back the tax that you paid, and you can offset the tax that you paid when you made your importation versus the taxes, versus the VAT you collected when you sold things in Mexico subject to VAT. So what we are talking about is, how long does the government take to refund the VAT that you paid upon importation? Oscar was telling you that this is becoming a nightmare, and this is, it can take up to a year before you see your tax back. Now, Oscar, that brings me back to something you can talk about. It's very interesting. VAT certification. Can you elaborate a little bit on how that works for the industry?
Well, that is a tax. The VAT certification is a result of a tax reform that we had in 2014. 2014, up to 2013, all the temporary importation in Mexico were VAT exempt for Mexico, to be imported in Mexico. However, the tax enacted in 2014 taxed the temporary importations at the general rate, 16%. So, can you imagine, what is the volume or the value as well of the VAT that you need to pay for the temporary importation of the value of the machinery, equipment, and the raw material? It's a billions of dollars. Billion of dollars. So the truth is that the tax authorities are not success. They are trying to put more and more trabas or
hurdles, problems,
in order to get the refunds. So we had a discussion with the government, the federal government at that time, with the federal administration. We as Index, as the Maquiladora Association, and we were success to obtain at least a VAT certification that allow us, the importer of records, to grant a tax credit equal
100% tax credit.
100% equal of the VAT that we need to pay upon the temporary importations, okay, of the value of the temporary importation. Obviously, that was regulated by the particular rules in which you need to provide a lot of information to the Mexican government, to the to the customs tax administration, in order to get that certification from there. However, I mean, if you have that certification, you don't need to pay the value-added tax on the importation, temporary importation of the goods.
You get a credit.
So you get a credit, but you need to keep those records within your accounting records. I mean, have a special systems to control inputs and outputs of the goods that you imported in order to reconcile the amount of the VAT that you still owe to the Mexican government in case that you don't return the goods that were imported on a temporary basis. So both those systems were also developed by the government. So today, so far, we have a lot of problems also to control those systems as well, because the systems are not working properly, not working correctly, have issues, have mistakes to control the balances of the raw materials that we currently have, that we physically have in the installations of the machinery equipment that we currently have as well. But that is the one that we are looking so far, because at the minor the deviation that you have over the rules to control the temporary importations, the customs authorities might cancel or suspend the temporary importation, and that will apply that you in the next temporary importations that you perform, you need to pay the value-added tax to the Mexican government, and then try to collect it. When? That's the problem.
And what about the duties that you were exempt from when you had your VAT EF certification? What happens with import duties?
Import duties are also, you may have also some special programs in order to avoid those duties, programs as well for the commodities, for the special commodities, and you don't need to pay it as long as you import it on temporary basis.
But if you lose your VAT certification, what happens?
You need to pay everything. You screw. I mean, immediately as you lose your VAT certification, you will have 60 working days to pay in the full amount the value-added tax that you have of the inventories, raw material or machinery equipment that you were imported on temporary basis. Only 60.
Plus updating
Interest,
costs,
absolutely.
interest and penalties.
Okay.
Yeah,
which is one of the major issues.
I guess in a few words, if you have not having to pay the import duties, having a maquila permit or an IMEX permit is a benefit. It's one of the benefits for nearshoring, for relocating in Mexico. But keeping it updated, keeping it intact, keeping it in effect is an art. It takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of administrative controls, and if you lose them, then it could be disasters, it could be the end of an operation because of all the intricacies of having to pay penalties and interest and not recovering your VAT. So back to square one, the benefits, how would you describe the main benefits, the main tax benefits, because there are benefits. How would you describe the benefits of relocating, nearshoring in Mexico from a tax perspective, in a summary?
The main benefit that we have if you establish the relocalization of the production as maquiladora, for me, it's going to be to avoid the permanent establishment of the principal. Okay, for the raw material and for the machinery equipment that they provide in order to the maquiladora perform the manufacturing service in Mexico.
Right.
I mean, sometimes it's not the income tax that we paid in Mexico, because that is creditable for the principal here in the United States.
And can you elaborate on a little bit on what is a permanent establishment, what we call a PE? in Mexico, and what's the effect of it if you do not avoid it?
Is the tax that business needs to pay in Mexico as any other normal business in a simple way, in a simple manner?
Right. In other words, if my assets, my machinery and equipment in Mexico produced me income, me meaning the parent company in the U.S. or in China or in Korea or in whatever, if my things, the things I own and that I send to Mexico are giving me a certain profit, me in Korea or in the U.S., I would have to pay taxes. Guess where? Not in my country of residence, in Mexico. So having a maquiladora company and a maquiladora permit where you send M&E and raw materials and so forth and so on is like a shield to the parent company with respect to income that is generated out of those goods, those machines and tooling and everything producing in Mexico. Right?
Completely agree. Better explain than me.
No, hey, the tax expert is you. I see Sergio here. He wants to share some of the views. He wants to give us some information.
Yes, of course. Well, very extremely interesting and important concepts. Thank you for those staying this late. And let me tell you that all of this is filmed. So it's going to go on YouTube, and we distribute the film, the recording, to all of our virtual audience, which is in the 100,000s. So you did pretty good.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope you don't get many complaints about it.
No, we'll have to edit, the
Of
main
course,
thing,
of
but,
course, I would
and
imagine.
we'll send
Right.
it for
I have not
approval.
said anything about the tax authorities in Mexico because we are negotiating currently an APA, so be careful with
Yes.
that.
Aren't they lovely, Oscar?
I think that word exactly.
Right, are there any questions or? Yes, go ahead. She's back there running here.
There she is.
Thank you, Sergio. So, Roberto, Oscar, thank you so much. I need to say a disclaimer. I am not a tax savvy as both of you, but I have a call. One time I have a discussion with the operations director of medical devices. We are also in the automotive. But he asked me, or he says, when you tier 2 or contract manufacturer, show me an advantage that benefit my taxes in my tax operation, that will be a great competitive advantage for you among other competitors.
And you mean a tier 2 talking to a tier 1? In other words, a tier 1 asking a tier 2, give me your tax situation and I'll give you business?
No, Roberto. Basically, it says, I have my operation already established, and I want to outsource some process that I currently do in-house. But by transferring or outsourcing that process, tax-wise, which benefits it's gonna bring to my operation? In other words, how that by taking away that operation that probably is a burden or it's on red numbers, will benefit to that specific company by doing the outsourcing, but on the tax, not just on the profit, but on the tax in the tax operation, trying to convince, in this case, to the corporate of that company based in the US, like saying, hey, it's better to outsource to a contract manufacturer or to our tier 2, and we are going to bring a better benefit in terms of the profitability and for the operation, So that is something that it's still unclear
how that tax-wise will also bring a benefit to my customer in this case.
But you mean probably not manufacturing with your own subsidiary and probably move it to
a
third party.
To a vendor.
A third party.
To a third party, exactly.
But that third party also could work under the IMEX regime.
No, yeah,
not as
yeah,
maquiladora.
we are in an
exactly. The contract, that's what we call the contract manufacturer or
exactly.
And probably that perhaps, I mean, the studies that we have been performing so far is that probably a contract manufacturer may have a lower taxable income than a maquiladora has. Okay?
Okay.
Because they don't need to follow the transfer pricing rules, for instance. That's the first thing. Because you are not manufacturing, you are not providing a services to a related party, to your principal. The contract manufacturer means that probably you need to own either the raw material or the machinery equipment.
Or the installed capacity or both.
Okay. And your price that you need to charge is going to be depending on the market conditions that you may have. But in the maquiladora, using a maquiladora, your own subsidiary in Mexico manufacturing, you will have generating taxable incomes since the first day of operation. Because at least in order to comply with the transfer pricing rules, for instance, the maquiladora might choose up to 2023 with either the 22, what we call safe harbor or seek for an advanced price agreement with the Mexican government, unilateral or bilateral with both competent authorities. But as a contract manufacturer, probably your taxable income is going to be lower than the taxable income that you will generate at maquiladora.
Even if the tax rate is high.
It's the same at the end of the day for both the tax rate, but we need just to be careful is those restructurings of converting a maquiladora to a contract manufacturer. That could be a big issue in terms of the cash flow, because you need to, as a contract manufacturer, we need to own the raw material, machine equipment, or both. And that means that you need to sell the current raw material that you currently have in maquiladora and convert it to a contract manufacturer. Be careful with the VAT on that restructuring operation.
Yeah. No.
Remember that maquiladora companies always pay income tax, no matter what. Regular companies, no losses in the maquiladora industry. They always pay tax, income tax. And the rest, the contract manufacturers and so forth, they can have losses in 1 year and gains in another year. So think about that too. Sorry.
I don't know if that answered the question. I mean,
so again, I am not tax savvy, but we can talk afterwards. Thank you.
At a humble rate.
Very good.
Humble rate. Roberto Fernandez, Oscar Mata, thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you for your patience and for not falling asleep.
over to you.
Okay, thank you for keeping us with the program. Next, we have the automotive forecast and, of course, Mexico's current situation of the automotive industry. For this, we have two great presenters. We have Guido Virtuoso, who is manager in Latin America for Standard & Poor's Global for light vehicle sales forecasts. And we have Guillermo Rosales, an old friend of this conference. He's the executive president of the Mexican Association of Automotive Distributors. Guido and Guillermo, please make yourself up here. I believe each of you has a presentation. And so we'll proceed with the presentations and then I will question you guys. So please go ahead. Guido, if you want, no. Guido, if you want to go first.
Good morning, everyone. Delighted to be here with you this morning. My name is Guido Vildoso, for those of you that don't know me. I am an advisor I'm an associate director in our advisory team. And speaking here on behalf of S&P Global, what I will do is give you a small synopsis, because I think the goal of the presentation today was to showcase who we are and talk a little bit about what the company is doing. So from that standpoint, you know, I've seen a few familiar faces today, and well, let me introduce my dear friend, Ingeniero Rosales. You've heard about him, and I see his face right there, so I don't want to jump over it. And now I'll get started with the presentation whenever it's available. I can talk for hours, by the way, so even if it doesn't pop up, I can tell you all sorts of stories here. But let me get started here in the interest of time, so that there we go, so that I don't hold things back. And as mentioned earlier, I'm an associate director within our advisory team. And what I do is I try to create a custom tailored solution for our clients within the automotive industry. I've been doing this for roughly about 20 years. I had previous responsibilities as head of forecast for light vehicle sales across the Americas. And because the industry is changing and we're dealing with a bunch of different challenges at this point of time, there is a request that I focus now on a la carte solution rather than a syndicated service. And I'll get to that in just a little bit more. But from an overall standpoint, if you're wondering who is S&P Global, well, we were formerly IHS Markit, and at our core, we have four critical businesses. Automotive Insights, and there's a lot of data that comes in behind Automotive Insights, and I'll get to that in just a little bit more. Carfax, and I'm sure some of you are very familiar, particularly if you bought a used vehicle, you may have used our services. Automotive Mastermind, which is focused at dealers and trying to anticipate when consumers are going to be coming back into the industry. And last but not least, MarketScan. MarketScan is a new acquisition. We purchased it last May, and they are primarily focused on payments, monthly payments. So it's what is the cost behind financing a vehicle in that particular zip code. So it's looking at, these would be my options via a regional bank, via the captive, what are taxes like, what could I do from a leasing standpoint, and overall the goal here is to be able to be a one-stop shop to be able to support the automotive industry, and primarily understanding that affordability is going to be a major challenge to the industry over the coming years. You that have probably bought a vehicle over the last 2 years, you understand what I'm talking about. The monthly payments have gone up from $400 to roughly about $700. So that's our goal right there, is trying to use all of that market scan data and also bring that to a global application. Now, from a automotive insights perspective, and let me take a second here to flag my colleague Irina Sanchez here. So if you can see her, so if you've got questions afterwards, she's right here. She's the person to talk to. She'll be able to walk you through any of the services that we have right here, and we essentially cover everything within the automotive industry, starting from production over to light vehicle sales, the components behind those forecasts, behind those vehicles being produced, aftermarket, so vehicles in operation, as well as charging infrastructure. So if you have a need for any insight, any analytics into the automotive industry, Irina is the person to reach out to. She'll be more than happy to let you know what we can offer. And if that is not good enough for you, if you need, as mentioned earlier, a custom tailored solution, which we are currently finding that there's a large need for that, please reach out to me and we'll be happy to help you out. Now you may wonder, what are we doing currently? And this is really where I'm putting most of my time and effort to. And it's really related to the topic of the conversation today. What is going to happen to Mexico from an automotive industry standpoint? Many things could happen to Mexico from an automotive industry standpoint. And a lot of this is really related to what are we seeing from an electrification standpoint in the US. And this is presenting a major challenge because we essentially went or became a regulated market in 2021 when President Biden came to office. We're starting to see some challenges in there, and many car companies as well as suppliers have reached out and said, oh, the regulation is changing. So the regulation is not final, but it's already starting to change. Help us understand this. And then, of course, over the last few days, and I was talking to my friend Ingeniero Rosales about it just a few minutes ago, what if Trump becomes president? You know, how will that change the landscape for the automotive industry? And last but not least, of course, the last scenario is, what happens if Trump decides to kill any sort of regulation to the automotive industry? What happens if we suddenly move and become a natural demand world for battery electric vehicles? So those are some of the challenges that we're looking at from an industry standpoint, and it really has 4 critical pillars. We look at primarily regulation, then of course we look at what car companies are doing, OEM strategies, what is pricing going to be like for some of these vehicles, and last but not least, infrastructure. Now, let me talk a little bit about what the baseline is at this point of time. And the baseline, as mentioned earlier, is in line with what was announced by the EPA. So the EPA came out and essentially highlighted that they want to take the automotive industry to a little over 50% of it being electric by 2030. You may say, well, how does that work? Well, essentially, we were going to emissions of about 82 grams per mile in that time frame, and that translated into a 53% take rate for 2030, and then a 62-63% take rate for 2032. And essentially, this resulted in car companies investing aggressively in battery electric vehicles. We are seeing that there's a little over $200 billion of investment taking place in North America right now, both by OEMs and suppliers. And capacity for vehicle assembly is growing significantly. We're essentially growing from 20 million today to about 26 or 27 million. So this starts to become a challenge because we're investing aggressively. Mexico is a part of this process. You can see it in Ramos Arizpe, you can see it with Tesla in Santa Catarina, and so on and so forth. So capacity is growing, but demand will not grow. As mentioned earlier, we're facing a major challenge when it comes to automotive affordability and monthly payments and so on and so forth. So that puts a challenge on how we're going to utilize that capacity and how much of that will be available. We're starting to also see that governments around the world are starting to slow down their regulatory emissions. And we started with the UK initially, went over to Euro 7, and the US is also in the process of looking at all of that. So as you can see, we're starting to look at some of these dynamics. Well, we're not starting, we've been looking at it for quite some time. We understand that this is a very complicated roadmap for the next 2 years, and our goal has really been to bring custom solutions to you along this roadmap. But it's not only talking about regulation. For those of you that are suppliers here today, there's another major challenge in the cost of labor. And we're doing a deep dive into that as well. So if there's any way that we can help you with any of these items, please do not hesitate to reach out. This is our contact information. As mentioned earlier, Irina's here, and she'll be here throughout the events. I may have to run out in just a little bit, but if anything, thank you for hosting us, Don Sergio, today, and we'll take your questions in just a little bit more. I'll yield the floor to Ingeniero Rosales. Thank you.
Very good, Guido. We'll leave the questions for later after Guillermo. Go ahead, Guillermo, please.
B2B meetings scheduled from 11:40 to 12 are in session.
Thank you very much, Sergio, for the invitation to this event. Good morning. Who is AMDA? The next. AMDA is founded in 1945. AMDA brings together more than 2,500 dealers of light and heavy duty vehicles established in Mexico. AMDA's institutional mission is to encourage and promote unity among its members. In 2024, AMDA has turned 79 years of services. Now in Mexico, there are 86 brands in 2023, 64 light vehicle brands, and 22 heavy-duty vehicle brands. The brands have presence in Mexico market were in total 86. Results in the last years an increase in the number of brands, specifically new Chinese brands that have established the sale of their portfolio. And now, who is the Mexican market? Results during first bimester of this year were positive in terms of production, exports, and domestic sales. We have in the first bimester in the domestic market one increase of 14, almost 15% in light vehicles and 30% in heavy-duty vehicles. In the terms of production, the Mexican automotive production in light vehicles increased 8.6%, and in heavy-duty vehicles increased 3%. Our expecting an increase of sales during this year in terms of light vehicles are 7%, and in heavy duty market almost 15%. In the next stage, we have to answer the questions about EVs market trends and the situation in the Mexican automotive market. Thank you, Sergio.
Very good, Guillermo. Well, let's start with some questions. One question each at a time. Guido, I noticed that the utilization rate of capacity in North America is between 60-70%. What's going on?
So, Don Sergio, that's a great question, and I won't deep dive into COVID anymore. I think we're past that. Inventories are starting to grow for the automotive industry, so we can't use it as an excuse anymore. And we started off with a major challenge right there. That essentially translated into car companies jacking up their prices. And the challenge is when consumers walk into a dealer room today, they're realizing that the average car price is about $45,000. A few years ago, it was about $35,000. Now it's $45,000 and we've got a 7%, 8% interest rate in some of these vehicles. So the average payment has translated into roughly about $725 from roughly $475 before all of this began. And that trend that we're seeing as a result of car prices going to where have gone up is only going to get accentuated as a result of what we are seeing from an electrification standpoint. Battery electric vehicles are super expensive. Car companies are pressured to sell them at this point in time due to regulation. And therefore, we're adding capacity because GM is telling us, GM, Ford, and everyone else is telling us, this is my internal combustion engine capacity, and this will be my battery electric vehicle capacity. So it's 1 + 1 = 2, but they're only selling 1. And that's really a challenge when you look at capacity, because we're seeing capacity grow to that number that you mentioned right now, 27 million. The market is staying the same, so light vehicle sales will probably stay around 16 million, and that translates into a lower utilization rate, which is an issue, because the industry starts to bleed money the moment utilization rates drop below 65%. So that's a challenge for the automotive industry, and obviously each car company is going to handle it differently. But it really starts with car prices going up, and car companies aren't going to back down from that. So we've got a major challenge for all of the value chain as a result of that.
Very good. Well, times are changing. And Guillermo, in China, they are pushing electric vehicles very strongly. For example, if you buy a new automotive vehicle, which is internal combustion engine, in China for the plates you have to pay $12,000. But if you buy an electric vehicle, the plates are for free and different color. So what's going on here in Mexico?
Thank you, Sergio. In this moment, I change to speak in Spanish, please.
Okay, go ahead. And are we all bilingual here? I'll translate for you later, okay? Because it's probably a long explanation. She's probably from China.
En el mundo nos encontramos en una etapa de transición hacia la electromovilidad. Sin duda alguna, los polos de vanguardia en este desarrollo son China y Europa. China casi con un 25% del total de las ventas en vehículos eléctricos. Europa, sobre todo los países del norte, Alemania, cerca del 20%. En México la situación es muy incipiente. 2023 cerramos con la venta alrededor de 8,000 vehículos 100% eléctricos conectados, y esto representó 0.5% del total de las ventas. Sin duda que en los próximos años seguirá creciendo la oferta, seguirá creciendo la demanda, pero a un ritmo que para el 2030 estimamos alcance una participación de mercado cercana apenas al 5%, y esto atendiendo limitantes estructurales como es el ingreso. El precio promedio de los vehículos en México actualmente son $26,000 y los vehículos eléctricos tienen como principal barrera de entrada justo esto, el poder adquisitivo de los mexicanos, aun cuando la llegada de la competencia de marcas chinas está ya introduciendo vehículos eléctricos con un precio muy cercano al precio promedio de adquisición, y esto va a impulsar la venta, pero para llegar a este nivel cercano al 5%. No únicamente el precio es una barrera para generalizar, masificar la venta de vehículos eléctricos, también enfrentamos una falta de infraestructura. No tenemos una red de generación eléctrica suficiente, lo comentaban en el panel inicial, uno de los retos para que podamos aprovechar las oportunidades del Nearshoring es incrementar nuestra infraestructura de generación eléctrica y de energía limpia que adolecemos. Otro de los puntos que señalan los consumidores dentro de sus objeciones para adquirir un vehículo eléctrico es no nada más la disponibilidad del sistema de electricidad, sino que en casa o en la oficina pueda yo tener forma de conectarme. La mayor parte de las zonas metropolitanas, Ciudad de México, Guadalajara, Monterrey, la gente vive en departamentos, trabaja en grandes edificios y no existen las condiciones para poder hacer una instalación de toma doméstica que representa, por ejemplo, en Estados Unidos, más del 80% de los vehículos conectados. La gente carga su vehículo en casa o en la larga estancia en la oficina, y la forma de vida en México dificulta este cambio. Y por otro lado, no tenemos desarrollado un mercado de electrolineras, primero porque hay carencia de legislación. Actualmente se empieza a discutir cuál va a ser la normatividad para los cargadores. Ahora en México se puede vender cualquier vehículo eléctrico con cualquier tipo de conector, y eso genera desincentivos para la inversión en electrolineras. Y por otro lado tenemos también un gran reto que constitucionalmente no se puede vender electricidad. Entonces, una electrolinera que te ofrezca la carga de batería, pues ¿qué te va a facturar? Si no puede venderse, constitucionalmente está reservada la venta de electricidad para la Comisión Federal de Electricidad. Entonces, sí son retos importantes que enfrentamos y que en el largo plazo tendrán que venir cambios en el mundo en cuanto a tecnología y maduración de todas esas objeciones, para que en México y en otros muchos países con ingresos medios bajos podamos aspirar a una masificación del vehículo eléctrico.
Gracias, Guillermo. Thank you, Guillermo. I'll get to you after the panel. It's just a problem of infrastructure, basically. So, Guido, are the Chinese getting to nearshore the U.S. market? Are they aiming for that? Or what's going on?
That's a great question, Don Sergio, and short answer is yes, but let me elaborate on that, because I think it really depends on who you talk to. If you go out to Detroit, the first question that they will ask you is, when will a Chinese car company set up shop in Mexico? And we see announcements pretty much on a weekly basis. We've heard and spoken to some of the state governments, Nuevo León, Coahuila, Chihuahua, all really right across the border, and them being able to attract some of this investment. But it's important to clarify. That investment is really in line with what Ingeniero Rosales was mentioning before. It's primarily catered to the Mexican market at this point of time. It's assembly, it's not full production, and they're also looking at Central America and South America as part of that process. It's not production as you know it. It's not full-scale production as you know it. So this is not a beast of a plant like, for example, one of the last announcements that we saw, Kia Pesqueria. You know, it's over $2 billion of investment, over 400,000 units of capacity. So it's completely different from the announcements that we saw in Mexico over the last decade. But that's not the entire answer, because obviously I'm only talking about car companies right there. From a supplier standpoint, the number is growing. There's over 60 suppliers established in Mexico at this point of time. That number will continue to grow, and the first one to do it on a large scale, or attempting to do it, is Tesla. And as Tesla is looking at launching production in Santa Catarina, the goal is to essentially capture that vehicle and make it competitive to what Chinese car companies are doing today. For that, there's a group of suppliers that they want to bring, that are coming over. Timing is in question for that plant. It was supposed to be ready initially in October of this year, then it was 2025, now it's 2027. But there's clearly an imminent threat to the supplier world from what Tesla is going to do in Santa Catarina. So that number grows. Currently at 60, we're hearing that Santa Catarina brings roughly about 30 different suppliers out of China. So in the not so distant future, we will have roughly about 100 Chinese suppliers in operation in Mexico. And obviously that presents a threat, because we've got a USMCA coming up, and I'm sure we'll address that. But if you guys are looking for answers, what I'll do is I'll throw one out there so that you leave with questions instead of answers.
Very good, Guido, as always. More questions and more questions. Guillermo, can you contrast the fate, the behavior of the distributors in Mexico during COVID times and present times?
Sí, ha habido un cambio importante en el desempeño de las distribuidoras de vehículos durante este tiempo. Uno de los puntos más importantes que aprendimos en la pandemia fue la utilización de las herramientas tecnológicas, de la promoción en línea, la simplificación de procesos, y todo esto ha servido y se le ha dado continuidad. Sin embargo, lo que al parecer no aprendimos como industria automotriz de lo que ocurrió en la pandemia, y que hoy estamos retornando a la condición previa a la pandemia, es el modelo de producción y venta. ¿Qué teníamos antes de la pandemia de COVID que llegó en 2020? Justo en marzo, hace 4 años, nos fuimos a casa. Sobreproducción, hipercompetencia, descuentismo, baja rentabilidad, presión por bajos precios para los proveedores de componentes, baja rentabilidad de las armadoras y, por supuesto, baja rentabilidad de los distribuidores. En la pandemia y en la post-pandemia, con la escasez de componentes y la limitante de producción, se acabaron los descuentos, se tenía un equilibrio más cercano entre la producción y la demanda, y la rentabilidad de la industria creció. Hoy estamos regresando a una situación en la que de nueva cuenta empiezan a crecer los inventarios. Estamos llegando en México en un promedio de 3 meses de inventario, 3 meses venta el inventario existente en las distribuidoras. De nueva cuenta la presión por el market share, nadie quiere perder su lugar, y eso genera descuentismo que tiene que pagar el distribuidor junto con el fabricante, baja rentabilidad, de nueva cuenta altos pagos de gastos financieros, costos financieros, en un momento en que las tasas de interés en México para el distribuidor, para el inventario, se ubican en promedio en el 14% sobre saldos insolutos anuales, y todo esto nos va a llevar a cerrar un año en el que lleguemos casi a 1,5 millones de unidades, vehículos ligeros, pero con mucha menor rentabilidad tienda por tienda que la que tuvimos en 2022 vendiendo 1 millón de unidades. Entonces algo no funciona en el modelo y algo no aprendimos de la pandemia.
El récord es 1.6.
1,607,000 en 2016.
Es muy similar al mercado de Corea, ¿verdad?
Muy similar. Somos el 12º mercado a nivel global.
Muy bien, gracias Guillermo. Guido, when is Mexico going to reach the holy grail of 5 million production units?
So that's a great question. And I think Ingeniero Rosales has already started to hint at this. What will happen from a political landscape is really going to determine how we go from a utilization standpoint. It is transparent to us that we have an overcapacity issue. That holds true for Mexico, where we, the $38 billion of investment that we had in the last decade resulted in roughly about 5.5 million, almost 6 million units of capacity, and that's before Tesla came in, because that plant has capacity for roughly about 1 million units. So depending on how it goes or how it works, we obviously have two possibilities under the Biden administration, which would mean that very little risk to USMCA, one of which is greenhouse gases. From an automotive standpoint, that's the bar. The other one is miles per gallon. If you flip it over, and then you've got President Trump, then of course it becomes a challenge of, number one, he may freeze the legislation or kill it altogether. But beyond that, it goes to your earlier question, what about Chinese car companies? And then of course it extends over to Chinese suppliers. So all of this, depending on what happens with USMCA, and we know that USMCA is not the only act. We know that there's a National Defense Act as well from an automotive standpoint. But all of that circles back into the risk that we have to the nearly 6 million units of installed capacity that we have in Mexico today. So short answer is, we may be stuck at 4, maybe lower, for quite some time. And that 5 million units is not necessarily in the horizon anytime soon.
Very good. Guillermo and Guido, we now turn to questions from the audience. If anybody has a question right here. Oops.
Hello, my name is Martha Vera. I am a fellow at the Hunt Institute for Global Competitiveness, and I'm actually studying the USMCA. How have the rules of origin affected all of these challenges that you all are talking about? Because we're talking about COVID, or you mentioned COVID, when it's possible that it was all around USMCA.
Thank you for your question, Marta. And Ingeniero, I hope you don't mind if I jump in. So thank you for your question. And the results of the investment that we see in Mexico today are certainly tied into USMCA. It's a combination of two things. It is the fact that there was a point of time in 2021 when we were paying $38,000 per container at Long Beach. And then the fact that we had to go up to essentially 75% regional content by now, you know, and you're absolutely correct, because nearshoring began in 2017. You know, there's a natural reaction to say nearshoring began in 2021. It didn't. Nearshoring was only accelerated in 2021, resulting in what we see today. And I have plenty of conversations with Don Sergio all of the time, where he tells me, we've got issues. We can't find any more spaces to build on. We can't find any more spaces to add more capacity in Mexico for nearshoring. You know, everything on a highway with electricity, with gas, with railway, sold out this year, next year, and possibly 2026. So that's the outcome of USMCA, really, and trying to be able to align for 75%. It's also the outcome of the tariffs we have on China, which are very, very high, because it's a 35% tariff. And then it's also the outcome of what we are seeing from a shipping and logistics standpoint, because you can't bring those components in, or those goods in anymore via Long Beach, which is the biggest ports that we have on the Pacific, easily. And of course, Panama has also become a challenge, partly because it's dry, partly because it's expensive, partly because it's too busy. So, you know, in a way, this perfect storm has been a blessing for Mexico, resulting in all of the movement and all of the dynamics that we're seeing in Mexico. But it's also presenting a major challenge to suppliers. And you know, I see the global aspect behind it, but our concern when we talk to suppliers right now is super peso. And the implications behind 17 to 1, because everyone was planning for 22 to 1. In that new world of USMCA 75, everyone was planning for 22 to 1. No one was planning for 17 to 1, with the 60 names that we've had over the last few days. So many moving pieces as far as how this is going, but you're absolutely right. It starts in 2017 with Make America Great Again. You know, this is really the outcome of COVID.
Complementando lo que ha expresado Guido, creo que nos encontramos en un momento crucial en la integración de Norteamérica en torno no únicamente a el USMCA. 2026 es la cita para la revisión del acuerdo. El tema crucial es cómo vamos a enfrentar esa cita. Vamos a llegar con un pensamiento y una vocación para aprovechar el momento y fortalecer el acuerdo, hacerlo más rentable para los tres socios. Las condiciones están dadas para ello, en virtud de lo que ha ocurrido en los años transcurridos entre el 2018 y el 2026, que nos va a llevar a la revisión. Recrudecimiento del conflicto geoestratégico con China, la enseñanza de la pandemia, la distancia y la escasez de componentes originados en Asia y que requiere la industria o que requería la industria en Norteamérica, conflictos regionales como los actualmente presentes en Yemen con los hutíes, conflictos derivados del calentamiento global como la sequía en Centroamérica, que nos está afectando el comercio internacional, disminución casi del 40% en el tráfico diario en el canal de Panamá, la necesidad de cruzar el Cabo de Buena Esperanza y evitar el canal de Suez por los riesgos de los ataques en Yemen. Todo eso lo hace necesario que el Nearshoring y el Friendshoring se incremente y se aprovechen las oportunidades para Canadá, para Estados Unidos y para México. Si de lo contrario, las posiciones nacionalistas, proteccionistas, políticamente rentables para refrendar el poder en Estados Unidos o en México nos llevan a una revisión que pretenda hacer renegociación, estaremos en problemas y estaremos desperdiciando una gran oportunidad para Norteamérica.
Gracias, Guillermo. Aquí tengo que aventar un comercial. I have to do a little commercial. All of you can see our new publication, Horsepower, where Guillermo writes in every issue. Thank you, Guillermo, and we are distributing that to all of the agencies in Mexico and all of the industry as well. And this is a publication dedicated to the Mexican automotive industry, and it is in Spanish. We dare to, for the first time, publish something exclusively for Mexico. So, well, thank you very much, Guillermo. Thank you very much, Guido. My pleasure, and as usual, we have some tequilas for you, and please give them a hand.
Morning. So we are going to head into our aerospace and defense supply chain discussion. This is something that is incredibly important and near and dear to the El Paso Chamber's heart. So I do just want to put a quick plug. For those of you who have been following economic activity here in the El Paso region, El Paso has been the benefactor of several $1 million of U.S. federal investment in the aerospace industry. So I know the panel is going to talk about aerospace in Mexico, but I did just want to point out, if you all are not tracking some of the activity that's happening with UTEP, the City of El Paso, and the El Paso Chamber, definitely give us a shout, because we just got a $44 million grant last fall, and UTEP was just the winner of a $160 million NSF grant. So a lot of good things happening in the community. Okay, we'll move on to the panel. So, I would like to welcome Aldo Rodriguez, who is the Director of Hollow Heat Treating in Mexico. Welcome. Jorge Acosta, who is the General Director of Safran Aerosystems. Morning. And Luis Liscano, who is the Director of FEMIA. Did I say that right? Yes, okay. All right, so I have been told that you three gentlemen are seasoned professionals and do not need a moderator. So I am going to leave you up here to your own devices, but I can't control the crowd from down there. So I just want to forewarn you. All right, we'll let you take it away.
Well, good morning still now, good afternoon now. I think we are the only thing that separates a crowd from lunch, and yourself, by the way. So basically, what we're gonna do a little different. We're basically gonna talk like if we're, we're all friends. I've known Aldo and Jorge many years ago. They know me, and we know each other. So we're gonna just talk about what's going on with nearshoring and aerospace industry in Mexico. But first of all, I think we should start by explaining the audience who we are. So, we'll go from right to left.
Right. Thank you, Luis. Thank you, everybody, for staying with us. It's my pleasure. Thank you, Mexico Now. Thank you, Sergio, for the invitation again. My name is Aldo Rodriguez. I am the director of the company called Paso Heat Treating. It's a U.S. corporation. It's a private company. It's been in business for 80 years. And we are the largest heat treaters in North America in the segment of metal processing. So we essentially provide finishing, heat treating, or chemical processing to a multitude of part families, including aerospace, automotive, oil and gas, energy, medical devices, etc. So I run the Mexico branch. We are located in Monterrey. Besides that, I also am part of the FEMIA, Federación Mexicana de la Industria Aeroespacial, as a vice president. And my background is manufacturing in aerospace in different companies, Senior Aerospace, PCC, Noranco, etc. So recently I focus in one specific process, which is heat treating, but I've been around manufacturing parts and assemblies in my career. So I'm very glad to share with you some lessons learned, best practices, etc. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Aldo. Jorge, adelante.
Hello everyone, I am Jorge Acosta. I'm the General Director of Safran in Chihuahua. Safran Group is a French company, an aerospace company that is across the world. We have presence in 27 countries and we have more of 90,000 employees across the world. In Mexico we have 18 different sites between Querétaro, Baja California and Chihuahua. We manufacture a lot of different components for the aerospace. In Chihuahua, we have 12 sites. I represent 5 of them that are part of Safran Aerosystems. And basically, we manufacture all the interiors for the aircraft, from seats, from harnesses, from evacuation slides, different components. We have a large variety in our campus. So in Mexico, we have close to 13,000 employees. And as I mentioned, we have a large variety of different products and different processes. It's going to be a pleasure for me to be with you, just discussing with my friends some of the hot topics that we have in the aerospace, and we will try just to answer any question that you may have. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Jorge. By the way, Safran is right now the largest employer in the aerospace industry in Mexico. So they got a very interesting footprint in Mexico. Okay, my name is Luis Liscano. I'm CEO for the Mexican Association of Aerospace Industry. We group around 120 companies that actually operates in Mexico. I have the honor of having Safran and Paulo as members, but they're not the only ones. They are part of this group of companies that are developing their aerospace industry in our country. And some of you may ask, what is Mexico doing in the aerospace industry? For example, and I'm going to start with the example of Safran. Interiors for the 737 MAX are being manufactured in Mexico. So you have been done, not the exteriors, but the interiors. Another thing that is manufactured is the evacuation slides. Did you know that the evacuation slide used on the Hudson was manufactured by these guys? So, for example, another example, I don't know if you heard about the 787, the Dreamliner. I really love that aircraft. 787, well, all the set of the cabin doors, the passenger doors, are being manufactured also in Mexico, in Hermosillo. I can go on and on. We have the Bell 429 helicopter being manufactured in Chihuahua. The Global 7500 and 8500 from Bombardier is being manufactured. The aft section from the wings and behind. Basically, that's been manufactured in Querétaro. You know, the hot section of the LEAP engine, which Safran is also a joint venture with GE, is being manufactured in Hermosillo, and the cold section, you know, with a very interesting blades from carbon fiber is being manufactured in Querétaro. So we are present. So whenever you go and take your next flight, just think about that some systems or subsystems or very important parts, landing gears. You know, Safran does landing gears for the Airbus, not only Boeing, you know, Airbus as well. Every time you step on a plane, the next time think about Mexico has a part in there. Okay, so we jump into the system. Enough about introductions. So how you know we have been as an industrial sector, we've been hit tremendously by the pandemics. You know, we actually, there were programs that have decreases of revenue close to 50% or 60%, and you know, people stopped flying. You know, we were severely hit. But right now that's changing. Actually, we are a very global and resilient industrial sector, and we're just back to pre-pandemic levels. And you know, this puts some pressure, especially on supply chains. So how is Mexico contributing with the supply chain, which is very complex in this industry? So
I'll offer some insights on that. In our perspective, as you know, aerospace, as you said, resilient is a very resilient industry. Obviously, everybody was hit in the past 5 years with disruptions in demand and capacity. But I was listening to Guido a minute ago about capacity and, you know, open capacity and the struggle to keep that capacity busy building cars. It's very remarkable that the order book, we have a concept called order book in aerospace. The orders, the firm orders that are out there for new aircraft of any characteristics, small, large, single aisle, double aisle, is completely full. And it's very obvious that continues to be a difference in the industries. So it's, some sources say that 7 years or maybe 8 years of capacity are completely booked. So the demand is very strong.
just imagine a business where what you sell is sold 8 years in advance.
8 years in advance. So that is the level of magnitude, the order of magnitude of the very, very strong dynamics in the industry. That is not counting, aftermarket. That is not counting spares. That is not counting conversions of older aircraft that are going to cargo versions. So if we start there as a point of reference, the industry is very busy, and there are issues, there are shortages. We all suffer with electromechanical assemblies, sensors, semiconductors, etc. So that is it's been a headache at some extent. One of the questions that the staff asked us to answer was how are we dealing with that problematic of not having parts on time. I'll offer one point of view. The policy for keeping inventories are also we are looking at having more safety stock. The lead times for getting these parts is typically 16, 20 or 24 weeks, or even longer for some metal parts. So we are putting pressure on suppliers, or the industry is putting pressure on suppliers to keep safety stock in in their hands and manage working capital differently. That is something that is going on in the industry and is costly. So that's a point of comparison only. Jorge.
Well, to complement in line with what Aldo just mentioned, I think that it's a big responsibility for all the players of the market, such as the big companies, just to help the small suppliers to get developed. It's not just only to say, okay, I need this part, I need that part. I think we need to participate and we need to help them just in order to get like a very good performance and also to get the funding that they need to get the certifications, just in order to increase the span of all the suppliers. Because right now we are relying in certain small group of suppliers and we are facing a lot of shortages, as Aldo was mentioning, but it's part of the game for us just to participate as key contributors and help the supply chain to grow. Because, well, we know that we've been talking about supply chain development in our country since 25 years ago, but I think that it's time just to say, okay, this is the big picture and this is the strategy that I'm gonna follow, and it's a two-way help. I'm helping you to help me, so it's something that we in Safran we are doing right now, just in order to target to the critical components.
Exactly, you know, and that was one of the learning points of pandemics, was basically to diversify and develop the supply chain. And you know what Safran and some other players in the industry are doing right now is basically help develop that supply chain. And again, nearshore and friendly shore is a mindset in these companies. You know, they want to diversify and develop these. And Mexico is definitely one of the countries that is supported by this initiative.
If I may add something else, I think this picture here is very self-explanatory. This phenomenon is happening in aerospace in the past 15 years solid. The number of companies that are migrating and establishing operations in Mexico, delivering parts to the big OEMs for aircraft, is amazing. Just not only the 120 plus members of FEMIA, but there are many others that are not yet members. Luis, of course. The growth rate is steady, is double digit without interruption in the past 15, maybe 18 years. So there is trust in Mexico, and more sophisticated components, parts, assemblies are found being built in Mexico. So that's remarkable. We can elaborate a lot about that, but it's very a success story so far.
Yes, definitely, and not only that, you know, I would like to add that not only new companies from foreign companies are landing in Mexico, but you know, I happen to be related with this industry since it really started as an industrial trend in Mexico about 20 years ago, 25 years ago. And you know, if you check the companies that were foreign, you know, in the year 2000 or back century, you know, you may find that almost everyone was foreign capital origin. Okay. Right now, more than 30% of the companies acting in the aerospace industry in Mexico are Mexican capital origin, so are Mexican, you know, Mexican origin. So that is something that is very interesting. For example, we have a company that is supplying, and we're very happy right now because today there was a successful launch of the Starship from SpaceX. One of the key parts of the Raptor engine is being manufactured in Monterrey. The combustion chamber is manufactured in Monterrey. So, you know, we're very happy because it's not only aircraft, you know, we're going and expanding into space, which is another topic. Okay, let's talk about a little bit, and being one of the drivers of this migration of companies, the skilled labor force in Mexico, that was one of the drivers since the very beginning. How would you say are the challenges for labor force in Mexico ahead, for the years ahead? So I will start with Jorge this time.
Okay, again, I think that that is very, very important for us just to pay attention on this topic. Right now, we are talking about generational change, and it's something that we need to take in consideration as well. Because right now, let's say the motivator for the people is somehow different. So we need to work on that. And in order to have a skilled labor force, it's also very important that we just set some collaboration with the governments, just in order to set the specific trainings and to set that, let's say, that roster of people that would be ready for us to take the ownership of the operation. And also not only in the normal skills, but we need to look ahead on what else is coming, because we need to be prepared for that, and not just only with the government agencies. Also, we need to participate actively with the universities, because again, we need to help them just to send the signal and say, okay, this is the set of skills that I will need for the evolution of the technology. So it's something that we need to pay attention, and we need to provide all the insights for the universities and the government, just in order for them to be prepared, and in order for them to help us to get this labor force that is very important.
Totally agree. It's paramount importance. The skill, the level of specialty that our technicians, our assemblers, our machinists, metal finishers need is superior. So it's a highly regulated industry, and to be able to let somebody touch, let alone accept or inspect parts, it takes time. The learning curve is steep and long. It takes no less than a year of solid training. I want to make a note of a success story, UNAC, Universidad Aeronáutica en Querétaro. If you have never heard of this school, you can look it up. It's a very remarkable school. It's a university. They offer programs like for entry level. They are the onboarding institution for every assembler or mechanic that goes to Bombardier or even Safran or other facilities in central Mexico. They use that platform as an entry level training, but they offer also bachelor degrees and master's degrees, and it's very important what they do there. It's very important. It's a success story. It's a trend that is definitely reshaping the environment. Politécnico Nacional, Universidad de Nuevo León, etc. They all have programs, but let me tell you, these are very hands-on oriented programs. And it's true, the new generations are more inclined to seek other type of professional opportunities, remote work, more virtual environments, more design, more sophisticated, value-added. But the truth is that we still need people touching the parts, riveting and assembling and finishing. And when I visit UNAC, I still see the passion. I mean, the young generations, when they learn, when they see that they are part of the big assemblies, the passion and the excitement is still there. So I think it's really part of our responsibility to keep that momentum, to reward them appropriately, and obviously see how the trends are moving in the motivation. But compensation is an area of attention that we need to be very competitive. Competing with automotive, for example. That's always in the top of the agenda in our meetings.
Yeah, that's a difference. Compensations are higher, but then the skills are required are also higher, and that's true. We still to start raising awareness and creating interest in the younger generations. And we're not talking about technical schools. No, we're talking about kindergarten and elementary schools. That to create them. This is easier because at least I happen to be a kid when Apollo mission and things like that. So everybody wanted to be an astronaut. So now things are going the same way. Everybody just when you watch a plane fly, you wanted to be part of that. So I think we can do that, and we're working with education governmental sector in order to create that drive in Mexico, and that is basically what's gonna have us have Mexico continue drive in this industry. And talking about labor, of course, this takes us to the new technologies. How are the new Industry 4.0 or 5.0, as they say right now, are driving change in the industry right now, Jorge?
Well, I think that's an important key, and it's something that it's just evolving all our processes. So not just only for the machines or for the operational processes, but also for the admin processes. So right now you can see that in the factories you have like automatization in any time that you order a material, you have an automatic replenishment system, and nobody touches because that happens automatically, and at the end all the treasury process just happen in the same time. So everything comes from when you order the material until you pay for that one. So that is something that is happening right now, and also it's very important just to measure what the machines are doing, and it's very important because you need to gather information to make decisions and also to predict. And again, it's not just only for an operational perspective. I think that we are going to talk later today about sustainability, and it's something that is very important also for the evolution of the technology. Right now, we are able just to put sensors in the machines, and we are able just to measure not just only the operational metrics, but also the consumption of electricity, for example. So we can just plan ahead for those kind of strategies. So at the end, I think that technology is not something that we need to see like a replacement for the labor. It's more only just to increase the capabilities and to increase, let's say, the performance and the operational effectiveness of everything that we are doing in our facilities. And it's something that we mentioned before about the labor skill evolution. So right now, a lot of things have changed in the market. So we need just to provide that information because we need the new generations to be trained and to be capable to manage all the changes that are happening in the industry. Because at the end, it's something that everybody is doing right now, and at the end, in case of aerospace, the customer is asking for that, so the airlines has to do it, and then all the suppliers of the airlines has to be aligned. So everything is on the same chain, and I think that it's a natural evolution of the industry.
Yes. Speaking about new technologies, there are 3 or 4 keywords out there, but I will touch artificial intelligence just briefly. In the heat treating and metal finishing industry, energy is the #1 cost. So it's a very, very energy intensive process. Heat treating, you name it. It could be electrical heaters or natural gas burners, all across the board, but it's energy. So we have active initiatives in Paulo, and I know other companies doing similar things, trying to optimize processes, trying to reduce the use of energy. I'm not talking about generating clean energy or using different sources of energy, but whatever energy is available, we need to be super efficient in the use, in insulation systems, in heating and cooling curbs, in furnaces or tanks. So artificial intelligence is helping us get to new frontiers of optimization. What in the beginning or years ago needed months or years of research, trial and error to accomplish changing parameters, using artificial intelligence software is proving to be super successful in accelerating the speed of implementation of changes in processes. So that's a solid application of AI in the industry that is impacting the bottom line, that is also impacting the footprint that the industry is living in this planet Earth.
Yeah, and talking a little bit more about AI, for example, visual inspections. Aerospace industry is very interesting because they usually come with innovation prior to other sectors. For example, it's becoming very popular right now. Cars that are autonomous, have no driver, right? Well, aircraft have autopilots, since many years ago. So things come, innovation comes first in aerospace and then all over the world. Of course, for example, artificial intelligence right now for inspection, one of the other things that we cannot afford to do is fail. We cannot, we just imagine, in the automotive industry, there's a small percentage that is being reducing over the years of failure, but sometimes it's allowed. In our industry, there's no way there's no place for failure because we don't have road assistance programs. Once you're in 30,000 feet up in the air, everything has to work. Otherwise, it's going to be fatal. So, we have to be perfect every time. So we're using the technology and we're innovating, using innovating ways to ensure that everything is 100% okay. So, you mentioned one thing about energy, and it's not only energy, but how about the environmental commitment of the industry, Jorge? Safran is very well committed to that, and the industry is very well committed.
Yeah, we are strong believers on and all the strategies that has to be with the environment. So right now, for example, in the energy, in the electricity, right now we have some PPA contracts just in order to get green energy from solar farms. Also, we just have installed the solar panels in our Chihuahua facility, which is the first facility in Safran in Mexico that is installing this technology. And the idea is just to become in 2025 like close to 100% green energy. So the idea is just to comply with that, and also not just only that kind of technology. So we need to look into our processes and how we can be more efficient. I just mentioned before about the sensors in the machines, because it's very important just to measure where we are consuming the energy. And Aldo was mentioning about the consumption of the energy because of the cap of the infrastructure that we have in the country, but it's also important for the environmental perspective. So we need to work in some strategies just in order to align the consumption, to eliminate consumption when possible, and also to promote the generation of green energy. In the previous forum that was automotive, I was just listening the person that was up here saying that well, in Mexico we have some critical stoppers, like some regulations in the energy matters. It's something that is certainly hitting us, but it's not an excuse. We need to be creative and say, okay, we may have some regulation issues because, well, I cannot generate more than certain amount of megawatts. But at the end, we can be creative and we can reduce the consumption. We can just find some green solutions, and it's something that we are pushing right now. Also, I was mentioning before that right now the customer of the airlines, they are asking for this kind of strategies. So at the end, everybody has to be aligned, from the customer, the airline, the aircraft manufacturer, the suppliers, and also our suppliers. So at the end, the ambition is just to have also our suppliers aligned to this environmental strategy.
Yes, I will give you a couple more examples how the industry is putting some value added into these initiatives. Besides the carbon footprint or the emissions controls or energy usage, waste management. In aerospace, corrosion is a very strong word. Is one of the highest risks. Every component or subassembly that flies is subject to corrosion like any other metal, but especially aerospace parts. Aluminum corrodes very quickly, and it's a very dangerous process. So every component that is made of aluminum or steel, even titanium, has to be protected against corrosion. And typically these processes use chemistry that involves a lot of chrome or cadmium. So in the past 20 years, I've been involved personally in some initiatives, and I've been very close to developments on switching from the old recipes to newer recipes, excluding chrome, excluding cadmium and other problematic components from the industry. And even before this was considered mandatory worldwide, our industry has taken proactive steps towards reducing or eliminating those dangerous wastes. So that's something that deserves attention or recognition. Obviously, everybody has initiatives to reduce use of energy and reduce the CO2, etc., and use alternate fuels, etc. But the waste management is a big initiative that deserves a little bit more credit, and it's important. It's happening, and it's really giving good results, and it's not new.
And on top of that, this is the industrial perspective of sustainability. But as a sector, as an industrial sector, aircraft, the main manufacturers have made a commitment for zero net emissions by 2050, and reducing importantly the noise emissions. So, that's a signed commitment that the OEMs have to comply with, and in general, this industry is very conscious about environmental sustainability. So let's talk a little bit about the implications. Our industry is extremely global. If you see an aircraft flying, has parts from all over the place, has a very complex supply chain. Just imagine, automotive, and I would like also to make comparisons between the automotive and aerospace, because we're more acquainted with automotive. As a matter of fact, almost everybody in the aerospace industry in Mexico has an automotive past. I don't know if you, but I do, and the three of us worked in the automotive prior to.
We share that DNA.
Exactly. So it's kind of the same. So we know that. For example, just as a comparison of the complexity of the supply chain of aerospace, a normal car has somewhere between 60 and 80,000 part numbers, different part numbers. A plane can get to 6 million part numbers. And the difference with that is that the cars, usually you can produce thousands of cars per month. In aerospace, the most important volume of a single aircraft model is around 62. So just imagine, it's a high mix, low volume industry. It's a nightmare to handle, and you need, for example, the business in which Aldo is called secondary processes. It's not manufacturing a part. It's you need to do something for that part to perform in critical conditions. when an aircraft is up in the air, you may reach minus 70 degrees centigrade, and 20 minutes later is 36 or 40 degrees centigrade. So, you know, you have to treat the pieces and everything. So it's very complex and it's very global. And talking about the global feature of our industry, how is geopolitical factor influencing on our industry right now? And what are the implications for Mexico and for the operations in Mexico?
Okay, I think it's a very important topic because, well, in the past we used to see the strategies and see, okay, I'm going to manufacture this product. What is more cheap to do it? Okay, but right now it's not the same. Right now you need to check all the regulations and everything that is happening in the world. And it's not only in different countries. In Mexico, it's happening right now. So we are having some labor regulation changes that are putting in risk some strategies that we have in the market already, some competitiveness strategies. So again, we have to be creative and to see, okay, this could be the impact of this strategy, but what is the risk, or what are the benefits that I'm providing to the market? So at the end, I think the thing that you are mentioning, Luis, is very important. We need to segment our footprint just to say, okay, the less risk is happening here, so we can be competitive. And again, as I mentioned before, we have to be creative, because at the end we have a lot of excuses to see, okay, I'm having this problem with the regulations in this place, in that place, but at the end we need to think in the strategy and to see, okay, the best way to overcome that is doing this, is doing that, okay? So at the end, again, we are facing that across the world, and well, the nearshoring is part of that effect. Right now we are trying not just only to get the benefit, but only just to secure the supply chain and say, okay, right now we're having some issues in these countries. Well, we are going to develop the skills here internally because we have the capabilities and we have the proper people to do it. So I think it's more a matter of a strategy in this globalized world.
Short comment on that. I think Mexico is a very friendly environment to do business in aerospace. As we said, it's very regulated, very strict. The compliance to many obligations, legal obligations, is very strong, and it's a heavy burden in this industry. Mexico has shown compliance since day one in terms of protection to intellectual property, which is a concern when companies are seeking labor outside or far away in Asia, the far east. So Mexico has very strong connections and compliance and treaties with the US and Europe to protect intellectual property. Politically speaking, Mexico has very solid framework of protection and full compliance, no matter who is in office or what party is in power in Mexico. The structural system to protect the assurance of compliance is very obvious. I'm talking particularly with ITAR, International Traffic in Arms Regulation, or EAR, or other US imposed obligations. Mexico is in full compliance. So I think at some extent the industry in Mexico is not influenced by the changing winds of politics. And now that we are expecting changes in our president or different political views, the industry is really isolated to those changing winds, so to speak.
It's very resilient, but also, you know, just to give you an idea how global our industry is, aircraft to fly need to be light. It is made out of metal. So what are the lighter metals the most used in aircraft? one is aluminum and the other one is titanium. Close to 20% of the world production of titanium is being held in Russia and Ukraine. And guess what? You know, they cannot supply right now. So, you know, we have a increase in prices, increase in lead times, you know, pieces or raw material, titanium raw material, lead times increase from 12 weeks, 16 weeks to 78 weeks or 80 weeks. So that's an implication of what's happening in the world. Whatever happens in the world hurts or benefits our industry or impacts our industry in any way. So with this, you know, I think we you know, we can be talking here for hours, but you know, we would like to hear if there's any questions right now. We'll have people.
We have a question over here.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I don't have one. I have two questions, and one is for Jorge, and the other one is for you, Luis. For Jorge in particular, a couple of things that call my attention is since you talk about the way you are handling your supply chain, helping the people who help you, I suppose that requires a lot of capital expenditure, and you may elaborate on that a little bit. But it's related to another question, which is what is the impact of the current situation that Boeing is facing in the marketplace, and how that affects you guys? The question for Luis is about FEMIA in particular. I'm curious to learn a little bit what the association does. If your role is more advocating, calling lobby, or if it's something that embodies something else. So these are the two questions. Thank you.
Okay. I let Jorge answer first, so I can think about my answers.
Okay, I'm going to answer the first one that is related to the supplier development. And basically, what we do, we're trying to organize small forums with the people that are in the regions, the small companies that we can find in the regions, and also we find the collaboration of the government just in order to get the funding that the small company needs. So basically, we are helping them just to get the funds from the government. Right now, there are certain programs with different state governments, and we are just trying to help them just to procure those resources, and also to get some sensibilization to the government about the needs that we have. So that's the way that we collaborate with them. We try to be successful at each effort. In some we are not, but we are trying to do it. But at the end, we are helping them to help us. Okay. So that's the answer to the first one. And to the second one, it's a tricky one, because our big hit is in the fluctuation of the demand. Because right now you have some information that are coming from our customers, and at the end you plan for that. And as we mentioned, the requirements are not for a week or for 2 weeks. The requirements are for 5 years, 6 years. So at the end, that's a big, let's say, a big change of a strategy, because we need to be agile in order to change our setup of our facilities, because we have a different line of products that are fully dedicated to that customer, and sometimes anytime that you have a fluctuation in that demand, for whatever is the case, we need to adapt quickly. So it's a big challenge, because sometimes you have uncertainty on what the issue is going to be solved, but you have to maintain the resources, and you have to be creative in how you change your strategy in order to keep the resources and to keep all the skilled people, and also to not impact the supply chain as well, because if you stop the supply chain and you send the bad signal to your suppliers, at the end when the demand arrives again, you are not going to be ready. But it's very challenging, and to your point, we need to be prepared, we need to be agile and flexible, and how to attack that.
Okay, as for FEMIA, you know, what is that we do? Yeah, we do some lobbying whenever the case arises, but basically we are organizing different working groups or commissions, okay? So basically, we have a commission that is a supply chain development program, in which we help companies to insert in the Mexican aerospace industry supply
Good
chain.
afternoon. If anyone has seen a cane, please bring it to the reception.
Almost there.
If anyone has
No.
seen a cane around
I
the
lost mine.
floor, please bring it to the
So,
reception.
you know, supply chain development, we have another one which is basically have to do with human resource talent development. And we work with universities and technical schools in order to get sensible programs with the industry
Si alguien ha visto un bastón
develop
por el piso de exhibición, por favor de llevarlo a recepción o a la mesa de registro.
Thank you. On the other hand, we have a promotion commission in which we organize the Mexican pavilion in the most important trade fairs like Paris Air Show and Farnborough. We organize the companies and the state governments and the federal governments. It's, as you know, ProMexico disappeared. We took the role of ProMexico in our sector. We have a space commission, and we were trying to follow the footsteps of a successful aeronautic development in Mexico and try to develop a space subsector there. In that case, for example, we have to do some lobbying because we're very intense participation on the new space law that is being discussed right now in the Mexican Congress. So we do a lot of things like that. We have an MRO commission in which we discuss things for maintenance, repair, and overhaul, and we are working with ICAO, the International Aeronautic Authority, in order to standardize the certification for authorized maintenance organizations. Right now, if you're gonna serve, if you're gonna do maintenance to an aircraft that has a stamp of the United States, for example, or that works in the United States, you have to comply with the FAA. But if you serve an aircraft that is being serving in Guatemala, then you have to comply with the Guatemalan Aeronautic Authority. So just think about it, it's a nightmare to have audits, and for many aeronautical authorities, we're trying to standardize that one in just one single certification for maintenance. So those are the kind of things that we're doing. You know, we serve also as a technical consultant for the government in order to put the point of view of the industry in aeronautical regulation. So, you know, we do a lot of things, and yet, you know, we would like to do more. Thank you. Is there any other question? If not, thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Thank you. And
thank you.
Thank you so much to our panel. Those were incredibly insightful comments and also statistics. So we have tequila for you, of course. So thank you so much for your time. And I'm sure you all have booths available out there where you'd be more than willing to take additional questions, right? Yes. All right. So just a couple of things for the audience, and you all can go, feel free to grab your lunch. But for the audience, I did want to let you know, I had mentioned downloading the app. If you have not already done that, the app tells you where you're getting your lunch, so kind of important. So it's supposed to. Do you have a QR code that has your, okay, well we can talk to you offline. So for those of you